even know us. Waiting for our time, but then a hold up, yeah. Can't be nothing but broke. Talk about knowledge and we get choked. Still I'm black, we can never truly live. Never get credit for the stuff we truly did. Yet they still kill and destroy. Why does every move make I have to be? Yeah, it's a poison of power. Power, yeah.
How would you feel if we came and stole from you? Put your grannies on a slave ship, made them proper. If they want to speak out, ridicule them from dawn to dusk. Man, I had enough, and dang, that was back then. Might as well poison the well by snapping. Look at stuff now, they holding the napkins, spilling a gallon of milk, expect us to clean it. I wish I could scream this, I hate this. Never been loud, I've been quiet, but so many can't breathe cause they being held down by police, always wildin'. Time for me to come and put my ring down.
Hatred in the eyes, poison in the veins. All they do is steal from us, but can't do it the same. We got hatred in the heart, poison in the brain. They try to catch the animal, you know we can't be tamed. It's a poison of power, power, yeah. It's a poison of power, power, yeah. It's a poison of power, power, yeah. It's a poison of power, power, yeah.
What's up, Gabby? How you feeling?
I'm alright.
You chilling? So I heard we made a song. You heard the song yet? I don't know what the song is about.
I don't know what it's about either. I heard it's about love.
Love. I don't even like love. What are you talking about love for?
I don't know. It's nice.
Okay.
Got me mid-condition with the swing. The smile you gave me made me have dreams. I'm holding hands, kissing you, giving you better things. I hold my tongue cause I'm young, don't know how to sing. But you got me out the cage, thoughts about a ring. You and me, we could be a team. You and me, build a legacy. Our love so unique could make history. If I had you, I would have a better me.
Love has many faces,
Different faces.
winners, losers, and races.
Winners, losers, and races.
Drifting you through different phases.
Yeah, different phases. Many phases. You always on my mind. Wrapped in thoughts, our memories sublime. Caught up in my
Thank you.
heart,
That's
good
just a
things take
little
time
sample
for
of what we'll be
example,
hearing
you and
more
I.
of later on in our program this morning. So thank you, students from Hill Freeman. Good evening, everyone. I'll begin today's meeting by asking Vice President Wayne Walker to make a general announcement for our guests.
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, I was just getting ready to listen to this young lady's concert. What a beautiful voice and beautiful talent. Good evening, everyone, and I'm really glad that you braved the rain to come out tonight. I know I always sound like a broken record, but we really do appreciate this privilege to serve the community in this way, the education of our city, of our family, our friends, our loved ones, and for our future. At every Board of Education meeting, a representative from the Deaf Hearing Communication Center is here to provide sign language interpretation of the proceedings, and we always express our gratitude. The representatives also from the Office of Family and Community Engagement are stationed in the lobby to help with interpretation services. The proceedings of this meeting are being streamed live on the internet at www.philasd.org/live and can be seen on PSTV's Comcast Channel 12 and actually Comcast Channel 52 and Verizon Fios Channel 20. The proceedings are also being recorded by the School District of Philadelphia. The school district's recordings are protected by the copyright laws of the United States and may not be used in any manner without the express written consent of the school district. By participating in tonight's meeting, members of the public acknowledge that the school district may use its recordings for any purpose without obtaining permission or paying any compensation. Thank you very much for your attention. Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Walker. Before we get into tonight's agenda, I'd like to announce that as we approach the end of our first year as a board, we're starting to plan for next year and want to hear from you. To do this, we'll be holding 2 special hearings on June 6th, one at 10 a.m. and the other at 6 p.m. The hearing will be held here in the auditorium. We want to hear from parents, family, community members. Sign up to speak or submit written testimony to let us know what you think we should be prioritizing or focusing on for 2019-2020 school year. If you're interested in giving your feedback, you may submit any written testimony to the board by emailing schoolboard@philasd.org or mail or hand deliver your testimony to the Office of the Board of Education at 440 North Broad Street, Suite 101 by June 5th at 5 p.m. You can also sign up to speak by visiting our website at philasd.org/schoolboard. I'd also like to bring something to your attention that is critically important to the Philadelphia community. For several years, the entire community has put special effort into bringing local control back to the city. After 17 years of SRC control, there is now pending in Harrisburg legislation that would undermine a lot of the hard work that's been gone on. This legislation would remove a lot of authority over how we coordinate both the traditional public schools and the charter sectors under one meaningful system of public education. So I encourage you to follow what's going on in Harrisburg. The bills are discussed in Bills 356 and 357 in the House. They've been the subject of letters to the editor that Dr. Haidt and I have submitted to Philly.com. But because the legislation is so important to everyone, I encourage you to follow it and weigh in on the issues with your Philadelphia delegation members. And with that, I will now have a student performance, the rest of the student performance by the talented students of Hill Friedman World Academy. They're directed by Zeke Thurman. Please join me in welcoming the Wake Up Everybody House Band.
Good afternoon. I am Raja Goldstein, a junior at Hill Friedman World Academy. We're here to share songs from Wake Up Everybody, the third album from Hill Friedman Records, which we just released today. This is also the third album in Hill Friedman's partnership with Live Connections, a Philadelphia music nonprofit that specializes in music education. They've been working with us all year with a team of artists, Andrew Limke, Crystal Alver, Lou Carlos O'Reilly, and Live Connections co-founder David Bradley. For this album, we took our inspiration from legendary record label Philadelphia International Records. Songs on the album were written by individual students, and each 10th grade class collectively wrote a song. The whole 10th grade worked on this album along with a group of 11th and 12th graders. The songs are about love, social justice, and coming together in a divided world. There are 21 original songs and 1 cover, the title song, Wake Up Everybody. We were honored to have Dr. Haidt come to our school and record vocals for that song, and also to have Frank Makos, Executive Director of the District's Office of Arts and Academic Enrichment, play saxophone on the song. We want to thank Dr. Haidt, Mr. Makos, and all of you for your support, as well as Live Connections for being our partner for 3 years of creating music and albums. And big thanks to our principal, Mr. Anthony Majewski, and music technology teacher, Mr. Ezekiel Thurman, who does so much for us. Now you just heard Forgive You by 10th grader Ebony Edwards. Our next song is Forbidden Drive, which I co-wrote with classmate Janelle Edwards and our principal, Mr. Majewski. I'll perform it with students Joshua Banton, Tania Napper, Renata Allen, Ebony Edwards, and Ajay Scarlett. 10th grader Christian Harrison is playing drums, and Live Connection artists Andrew Limke and Lou Carlos O'Reilly will play bass and keys. Then 10th grader Dora Jones will perform her song, Ruby. To listen to the album, go to hillfreemanmusicgroup.com.
My name's Andrew Liffey. I'm just going to say a couple of words here. I know this is unexpected, but our next performer, Adora Jones, blew us all away instantly when we heard her sing. And then as her talent started to be revealed to us, we were just consistently just blown away, marveled at all the things that she's able to do in her unique style. And this song that she's going to perform, Ruby, is a composition of her own, completely all the way through. And really, we were just trying to make sure that we could keep up. So, Adora Jones, ladies and gentlemen. You got volume over there? Good. Ready there, Christian? Yeah, I'm ready. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Is that the long way?
Thank you so much to all the students from Hill Friedman and to Zeke, the teacher working with them. We're so excited and thrilled, so impressed by your amazing skill and the commitment you've made to your music. So thank you so much. And thank you for allowing our superintendent to participate with you on your album. He's pointed out his picture with headphones on. And so thank you for allowing him to share the experience with you.
And Madam President, if I may, just for a second, and I want to recognize, and I know they were introduced already, but I want to recognize Ezekiel Thurman, who's a teacher of the students who is here today. Zeke, thank you for all the work that you've done. Mr. Majewski is here as well. A person that makes all of this available and this thing happen at not just Hill Friedman, but at other schools is Live Connections. And David Bradley from Live Connections is here as well. David, thank you so much for doing that. And finally, there were a couple of musicians here. One is a 10th grader. The other two are professional musicians. They're teaching professionals who work with our students. Luke Carlos O'Reilly is here, and absolutely. And Andrew Lipke is here as well. So I want to acknowledge them in addition to Christian is headed to another gig, yes. And it was Adora who sang that song just now, is a 10th grader, by the way. And it's just another example of what our young people are capable of when given access and opportunity to these types of experiences. So I just want to thank everyone who has made this possible for Hill Friedman Records to release their third album. Thank you again.
Dr. Hyde, are you singing on the album?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Come on, just check. Come on.
I am singing.
Dr. Hyde, I'm looking at the song titles, and I'm just wondering which one you are singing. Is it? Where is it?
I'm on I think it's the first
Poison
one,
and
right?
Power, is that you?
It's Wake Up. It's Wake Up, Everybody.
Tell me why.
It's Wake Up, Everybody.
Oh, Wake Up.
Oh, yeah.
Do we get a sample?
This is for Wake Up all the teachers. That's it.
Top 40. Anyway, we'll now move on to our regular business with roll call. Ms. Rao, please make an announcement about the board's executive session and call the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to announce that the Board of Education met in executive session on April 25th, May 2nd, May 9th, May 23rd, and today before this meeting to discuss labor relations issues, the purchase or lease of real property, quasi-judicial proceedings, privileged and confidential matters, and the information and strategy in connection with the following litigation and legal proceedings. Duffield House Associates versus City of Philadelphia et al., Philadelphia County Court of Common Pleas, number 1709-01536, and action challenging property reassessments. In re application for Franklin Town Charter Middle School, Pennsylvania Charter Appeal Board, number 2018-02, an appeal by a charter school of the board's grant of a new charter with conditions. Berry, Farley, Ellison, Moody, and Roseman versus School District of Philadelphia. These are 4 different administrative actions. With the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission at numbers 530-2019, and in order they are 03635, 03625, 03631, and 03629. These are administrative charges alleging age discrimination, retaliation, and unfair or unequal compensation. The next is McZeal versus School District of Philadelphia et al., United States District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, number 19-CV-01498, an action alleging discrimination on the basis of age and sex, retaliation, and failure to accommodate. MJG versus School District of Philadelphia et al., United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, number 17-3560. The Court of Appeals affirmed the lower court's dismissal of the complaint, which had alleged violations of the Americans with Disabilities Act, Title IX, and Section 1983. Stephanie BP versus School District of Philadelphia, United States District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, number 2:18-CV-04053, an action to enforce a settlement agreement for payment of tuition and fees. TR and AG versus School District of Philadelphia, United States District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, number 15-CV-4782, an action alleging violation of rights of parents to meaningfully participate in the IEP process. Next is in the matter of the employees of the School District of Philadelphia. Docket is PIRA-U-19-24-E, pending in the Pennsylvania Labor Relations Board, involving a unit clarification request by CASA. Next is Weibel versus School District of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court, 1392 CD 2018. This is an action alleging violation of the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act based on student bullying and harassment. And the last two are Vladimirsky versus School District of Philadelphia and Jones versus School District of Philadelphia, both pending in Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court, number 732 CD 2018 and 722 CD 2018. These actions allege violation of due process rights of terminated employees. And now for the roll call. Ms. Danzy.
Present.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton.
Present.
Ms. Fix Lopez.
Present.
Mr. Huang.
Present.
Dr. McColgan.
Present.
Dr. McGinley.
Present.
Dr. McIver.
Present.
Vice President Walker.
Present.
President Wilkerson.
Present.
Dr. Height.
Present.
Julia Frank.
Present.
And Alfredo Pratico.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, I'll now have board members for a motion to approve the minutes of April 25th action meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say yes.
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 Those opposed, no. Thank you. The action meeting minutes are approved. It's now time for our superintendent's comments. Dr. Height.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam President. This evening, we're going to spend some time discussing the School District of Philadelphia's future, which we're projecting to be pretty bright. We're going to be talking about the investments we're planning to make to help improve student experiences and outcomes in both the short and long term, and the exciting journeys our seniors are about to embark on after they graduate. Madam President, this evening, you and your colleagues will vote on an operating budget for the 2019-2020 school year. As I've said throughout this entire budget process, the fiscal year 2020 budget enhances prior investments we've made in areas such as early literacy and college and career readiness. But it also allows us to support additional priorities to ensure our students have what they need to succeed. The budget will allow us to expand our K-3 literacy model to grades 4 and 5, add supports for English language learners and special education students, strengthen supports so more students are ready for college and career, and maintain and improve our hard-won fiscal stability. We want to make these investments because we've seen that this type of commitment to our students bears positive results. As a result of targeted investments we made a few years ago, more students are reading at or above grade level, our graduation rate has increased, and we have more higher performing schools and fewer lower performing ones. We believe that all students deserve to have access to quality educational opportunities. We also believe that this budget will help us get closer to delivering on this goal. We have appreciated your support of our budget plan thus far and hope you will continue to support our priorities as you vote this evening. There's another way we as a district are planning to support our students and parents as our neighborhoods change over time. This week, the district announced the Comprehensive School Planning Review. It's a multi-year initiative that will take a system-wide look at how populations and communities across the city are projected to change in the coming years. The process will focus on neighborhood schools and will be conducted in 4 cycles, with work beginning this fall. By partnering with industry experts, the district will be able to achieve 5 main goals, including to better plan how to optimize the use of school buildings, to invest our limited resources, to maximize the use of public assets, to create thoughtful transitions for students in elementary and middle grades, and to support the academic programs that prepare our students for success in college or career. Once the data are gathered, planning committees will be convened to discuss the findings and make recommendations about options that will best meet students' needs. Public engagement will also be a key part of this process, so we invite families, neighborhoods, and community members to stay tuned for more information in the coming months about how to get involved. Ultimately, this process will inform the decisions we make about how to best support and serve our students in the years to come, and we're excited to get to this work this fall. I encourage anyone who's interested in more information about this initiative to visit philasd.org/CSPR. Madam President, as you know, we're also celebrating the graduation of our high school seniors. A few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to attend the Philadelphia Tribune's annual Student Achievers Ceremony, where we recognize students who have overcome adversity while still working hard to graduate. It's always an inspiring event, and it was a great way to unofficially kick off graduation season. Families can pick up a copy of the Philadelphia Tribune's 2019 yearbook to see photos of all of our graduating seniors from every high school, every public high school in the city of Philadelphia. And we thank the Tribune for once again putting this together. And to celebrate these students, we have also launched a campaign called Our Class, Our Future. It is a way for our seniors to share their favorite moments from their time with us and their future plans. We're encouraging students to use the hashtag #OurClassOurFuture on social media so we can all share in their memories and wish them well on their journey ahead. You can also check out some fun, shareable graphics promoting the campaign at philasd.org/graduation and get in on the fun by congratulating our graduates using the hashtag SDPProud on social media. A full list of graduation ceremonies can also be found online at philasd.org/highschoolsupport. To all of our graduating seniors, we congratulate you on all of your achievements, especially these two. And we are proud to root for you during this next exciting phase of your life. We know you will be successful in whatever you choose to do. And before I conclude my remarks, Madam President, I want to comment on something that you talked about already, and at several pieces of legislation regarding charter schools that have been recently introduced in Harrisburg. House Bills 356 and 357 create risks for students, the district, and taxpayers by undermining, as you indicated, the fiscal stability and the promise of local control. House Bills 355 and 358 would correct some questionable charter school practices, but ultimately do not offset the harm to the district brought forth by the entire charter school package. We know that high-performing and well-managed schools, whether they're district or charter, are what our students deserve, and that in order for the state to attract new opportunities for residents and employees in the future, public schools need to provide a high-quality education. But these bills wouldn't help the district or charter schools deliver on these goals. They do nothing to enhance or improve future outcomes for students or families. So we implore the members of the General Assembly to reject this package of bills and work together to pass legislation that supports the high quality of education our children deserve. Madam President, this concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Haidt. Are there any questions for Dr. Haidt? Seeing none. We have one presentation this evening on the FY 2019-2020 budget. Our Chief Financial Officer, Ori Munson, will be giving that presentation.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Before you this evening is several proposed elements of the budget, primarily the operating budget and the five-year plan. There are not major substantive changes, but there are some changes in the numbers from what came out in April combined with the budget book. So I wanted to highlight a few of the things you'll see because the numbers did move a bit. On the revenue side, the primary changes are due to an increase in local revenues, and that is mainly revised numbers from the city on real estate tax collections, which were higher in part. Just collection rate has actually gone up again. The city's doing an excellent job of collections, over 96%, which is the highest been in quite a while. And the tolling bill impact was not as dramatic as we thought. Will actually be felt more next year. State revenues are actually down a little bit, and that's mainly because of PlanCon. We still have not gotten the PlanCon money we're expected to get for this year, so it's almost $10 million, so that gets pushed back another year throughout the plan. On the expenditure side, there is an increase in charter costs, and this is mainly due to the state putting out late last week a revision of last year's average daily membership, and charter rate is based on expenditures divided by ADM, which means the charter rate for the current year is actually going to go up slightly. We'll be sending revised rates out to the charters early next week, as well as at the end of June. There's always a reconciliation based on this, so they'll be getting some additional funds. More importantly, in the out years, we had a trend of ADM going up, this going down for after being flat. We revised some of the out year projections on ADM, which impacts charter rate on the out years and actually has a larger impact on the five-year plan. Some additional expenditures in facilities. We had announced during the council budget hearing the air conditioners for some schools, some of those expenditures, some additional funds, paint stabilization, lead remediation as much as we can push out, some additional IT purchases for schools. Capital borrowing is up in some ways, down in some ways. Our TRAN is actually going to be lower, and we'll talk more about that actually at the next Finance and Facilities meeting, and that will be on for July special meeting. But also the belief that we can borrow a little more in the fall, and slightly higher, but still within our 10% limit. So again, as I mentioned, the capital borrowing up and the TRAN costs down. As a result, the revised five-year plan and budget, we now project to end the current year with a $206 million, almost $207 million positive fund balance, 6.6% of total expenditures. With the revisions going through, we now, the first year of the budget, which is the budget I should be voting on, would have an adopted, projected to end at $151 million. We would remain positive through 21, go negative in 22 by about almost $43 million, and end fiscal year 24, so five-year outlook, negative $262 million. The one caveat I want to put on all this, and this assumes obviously the governor's proposed budget and the city's proposed budget and tax rates, which you'll be voting on once council is completed. There are two bills which we've spoken about before that our city council is actually having hearings on Monday, and I'll be testifying about, and was brought up at the joint meeting between this board and the city, that would impact the tax rates and homestead exclusions. The combined impact of that would actually cost the district almost $500 million over 5 years. Next year alone, that part of the problem is it's very late in the year, so this would actually have an impact next year of over $40 million, but that alone we would go from a negative 261 to over negative $750 million in 5 years, and we would be negative in 21. So next year at this time, we'd be talking about cuts effectively. So they are very significant bills. I appreciate the board making its statements about it, and we'll be making our statements in council on Monday. But since it is not in law and just hearing at this point, the budget before you assumes that those are not enacted. posted the resolutions online on Tuesday. Obviously, we're trying to get as up-to-date numbers as possible late in the process. Budget vote is this evening. City adoption of tax measures is likely to happen in June, not in May, probably mid-June. The board would adopt the tax levy based on those tax measures at its June meeting. Everything we're hearing is that the state budget will actually occur in June, so I will remain cautiously optimistic about that. And that is where we are, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Are there any questions for Mr. Munson? Okay, thank you. Like you said, we encourage people to go to the city council hearing and testify. It will have a huge impact on if they were to adopt this legislation that it's considering. It's now time for our committee reports. And with that, I'll start with Mr. Practico. Would you please make a report at this meeting?
Thank you, Madam President. Before I give our report, I would like to acknowledge those here today speaking in support of the Picasso project. Last week, I had the privilege of going to John B. Kelly Elementary School, where the students and staff cut the ribbon on a new organ made from PVC pipes built with support from the Picasso project. Those students performed for us and showed how important arts education is in supplementing and enriching our lives. I can say that I would be a different person had my school's itinerant music teacher not come to classrooms in second grade and given us the opportunity to learn an instrument. Julia and I thank the Picasso Project for supporting arts education and giving our younger peers the opportunity to express themselves through the arts. Now, this past month has been a hectic time with Julie and I balancing our responsibilities as members of the board with those of being responsible high school seniors. So a lot has gone on this month. First, I would like to report that the board has received 81 applications for the position of student board member for the next school year. The selection process is ongoing, and we hope it will be complete come the June action meeting. Second, Julia and I have prepared a year in review report, which details our findings from a year of school visits and meetings with peers, as well as policies and guidelines we are recommending to the board and the superintendent upon the conclusion of our term. We will be presenting this before the next action meeting, June 27th, in the board committee room, and we hope to see as many of you there as possible. And if it helps you to come, there will be food. Thank you for laughing. Finally, Julie and I both graduate in 4 days. Thank you. Four. So make sure you follow at PHL Schools, which is the school district's Instagram page. And Julie and I are both going to take over the account and live vlog our graduation ceremonies as a celebration of the great class of 2019. So we hope to see all of you watching that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm almost afraid. Thank you, Mr. Practico. Our next report will be from the Finance and Facilities Committee. Ms. Hayden.
Thank you, Madam President. This month, we've received 2 reports from district staff and heard from public participants. The district reports included information on general updates for the 2019-2020 budget being considered for adoption this evening. Ori Munson, Chief Financial Officer, who just did a presentation, presented brief updates. He does a lot of presentations regarding changes in revenues and expenditures, because we're always asking him questions, regarding revenues and expenditures, including increases in local taxes, primarily real estate, updates to state revenues, additional school-based positions in fiscal year 20, updated transportation costs, impact on budgets due to the timing of lead paint stabilization projects, installation of air conditioners, and additional updates based on year-to-date expenditures. Members of the board and district staff were also present at our annual City Council budget hearing on May 14th, and additionally, the board held its second annual meeting with members of City Council on May 23rd, which I thought turned out pretty good. Our second report was the monthly facilities renovations and remediations update. Danielle Floyd provided updates on the 7 active paint stabilization projects, out of which 3 projects are near completion. When I say yay to that. District staff continue to hold community meetings to discuss the stabilization program and answer questions. Tonight, we will consider action item 32, which will approve a fifth contractor, that's the USA Environmental Management, to support this work. Design and construction project updates that occurred. We're currently 58 projects assigned to a design professional, out of which one is a new project. The Office of Capital Programs has publicly advertised and is seeking construction bids on 7 projects. And there were 3 substantial projects completed in April, and those were Harrity School roof replacement, Pinnell School fire alarm system replacement, J.B. Kelly School major mechanical renovations. Full presentations are available with materials of our meeting on our website. We were also made aware of and had discussions on action items that are coming before the board today, including 9 transportation action items. Those are action items 39 through 47, and 3 property lease action items. That's action items 34 through 36. Our committee asked questions, which we always do, ask plenty of questions about the transportation action items, to receive more information on mandating minimum wage requirements and measuring quality of services. These updates will be provided in a future committee meeting. In addition to the action items being considered tonight, we were also made aware of recommendation for the potential sale of 2 district-owned buildings. John Whittier Elementary School in the Allegheny West section of Philadelphia, and the school has been closed since, I guess, June 30, 2013, and the building remains vacant. The board will have an offer from KIP Whittier Development for $775,000 in cash. The building would house grades 5 to 8 of KIP Philadelphia Charter School, which is currently located about 1.5 miles from the building. The board will also consider this matter at our June action meeting. Belmont School is the other one in West Philadelphia. The building is currently leased to Belmont Charter School, whose 501c3 is making an offer to purchase the building for $2.8 in cash. The building would continue to house Belmont Charter School. The sale would allow the district to pay off the debt owed on the property and net about $1 million from the sale. The board will also consider this matter at our June action meeting as well. For more information on these proposed building sales, please review materials from our May 16th committee meeting. Our next meeting will be held on June 13th at 4 p.m., so we ask that you would join us, where we will meet to discuss finance updates on the adoption of tax rates, information to the tax revenue application note, or the TRAN, and an overview of the major facilities renovations and remediations projects that have occurred during the school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hinton. Are there any questions on that report? Hearing none. Our next report will be from Dr. Angela McIver on the Student Achievement Committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam President. This month we received several reports from district staff and heard from public participants. The district reports included information on new programs at Strawberry Mansion High School, including college prep and industry certifications in music, media, and management. An overview of the district's special education program and curriculum. We heard from Natalie Hess, Deputy Chief of the Office of Specialized Services. Ms. Hess provided information on the district's commitment to developing standards-aligned IEPs, expanding applied behavior analysis programs, and increasing opportunities for safety care and de-escalation trainings. Additionally, she highlighted various partnerships focused on transitional services and internships for students as they graduate from the district. Finally, she shared information on the extended school year program for this summer. Our next report was a brief update on the CSI, ATSI, and non-designated school plans that will be submitted to the Pennsylvania Department of Education in June. Draft versions of the plans can be found on the district's website by searching planning and evidence-based supports or individual school websites. Our last report was an update from the Office of Charter Schools on several upcoming action items, numbers 75 to 79, being considered by the board this evening, along with upcoming board decisions. Christina Grant, Interim Chief of the Charter Schools Office, provided recommendations on the revised new charter applications received by the board from Joan Myers Brown, a string theory charter school, and Tacony Academy Charter School at St. Vincent's. Updated evaluation reports for both proposed charter schools are available on the Office of Charter Schools website. The board will consider the revised application from Tacony Academy Charter School at St. Vincent's at tonight's meeting. That item is action item 79. Additionally, Ms. Grant reviewed renewal recommendations for schools being considered on tonight's agenda. These are action items 75 through 78. Finally, I'd like to announce the board has received an application for multiple charter school organization, MCSO, from Prairie Charter School. We are required to take an action within 45 days by the PA Charter School law. In order to fulfill this requirement, we will hold a special meeting on June 13th at 10 a.m. in this room. At this meeting, we will consider the application for the MCSO as well as the revised application for a new charter school from Joan Myers Brown, a string theory charter school. Full presentations from our meetings are available on our website. Belmont School in, no, that's not me. Hold on. While we received updates on action items, there are no recommendations from the committee. Our next meeting will be held on June 13th, where we will discuss the district's athletic programs and extracurricular opportunities. Additionally, we will receive updates from the Charter Schools office.
Thank you, Dr. McIver. Are there any questions for Dr. McIver? Seeing none, our next report is Partnerships and Community Engagement Committee. Ms. Danzy, I believe you're giving that report.
As the president mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we are having two meetings at June 6th. The first of those meetings will consist of a reporting from the Partnership and Community Engagement Committee as it relates to what we've learned going out into the community and engaging with stakeholders. We will also be previewing what the work is going to be for our Parent and Community Advisory Council. We also have invited representatives from the district schools as well as the charter schools to kind of talk to us about their best practices in providing safe and welcoming school environments. We will also hear from district staff on our service student survey so that we can find out where we're going there. The other part of our meeting will focus on, which is the second half, which is where we will then talk about and have you to give input on, one, our board priorities, which were transparency, student achievement, one system of schools, financial stability. And the other will be on your also giving us your input on what are the other priorities and items we should be working on. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Danzy? Our final report will be from our policy committee, and Dr. McCulkin, you'll be giving that.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Action 1 on tonight's agenda includes policies that were reviewed at our committee in March. There are 7 draft policies in the action item for consideration this evening. Those action items are Policy 003.1, non-voting student representatives, Policy 112, comprehensive school counseling program, Policy 121, field trips, social events, and class trips, Policy 208, withdrawal from school, Policy 213, assessment of student progress, Policy 610, purchases subject to competitive processes, Policy 812, property insurance. Furthermore, we're going to consider the elimination of several policies, Policy 120, human growth and development, Policy 231, school events and class trips, and 710, use of facilities. The reason for this is that relevant portions of these policies have been incorporated into other policies to avoid redundancy in our board policies. In May, we held our final committee meeting for the year, and it has been a very busy year. We discussed 19 policies just in our May meeting related to academic programs, students, employees, finances, and constituents. And draft copies of those policies can be found in action item 73 on tonight's agenda. The committee also recommended that Policy 215, Promotion and Retention, be considered for board approval, but that implementation of the policy should be further discussed by the Student Achievement and Support Committee in the fall. Additionally, the committee decided to send Policy 706, Real Property Management, and 706.1, Property Records, for review by the Finance and Facilities Committee before making any recommendation on those policies. The remainder of the policies will be considered for adoption by the board at our June action meeting, along with Policy 007, Code of Ethics. I also want to thank all of you who have engaged in our policy review process by either attending the committee meetings, submitting written testimony, or speaking at action meetings. As the board is committed to reviewing and updating every policy in the board policy manual, I'm happy to share that this year we reviewed and recommended a total of 49 policies to the full board. Again, this work could not have been possible without the hard work of our staff. We can't thank them enough for all that they do. We want to thank all of you for being a partner in this work to ensure that our policies are current and remain in the best interest of our students. Looking ahead, our committee will continue to revise policies and will be asking for periodic updates on recently adopted board policies to monitor implementation and promote accountability. Once again, thank you to all of you who have provided feedback, and we look forward to continuing our work together in the upcoming school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McCulkin. Are there any questions? Seeing none, our next agenda item is hearing from our student speakers who are here tonight, and those who are registered to speak on action items we're considering this evening. We'll hear from speakers on general topics later on our agenda after we have voted on tonight's business. I'd like to note that we've received numerous written testimonies as related to action item 18, the Relay Graduate School of Education. And I want to thank people who took the time to submit that written testimony. And with that, Ms. Rauch, would you please share our speakers policy and then call up our first 5 speakers?
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of the Board of Education, I'd like to thank the public for the input you're providing on school district matters and issues, including those matters being considered this evening. We have a lot of speakers. To respect each speaker's time, we will be strictly enforcing the 3-minute per speaker time limit. There is the electronic time prompt on the speaker's table. When the yellow light comes on, you'll have 30 seconds to complete your remarks, and when the red light comes on, you'll have to wrap it up. Student speakers, elected officials, and those speaking on action items are prioritized on the agenda. Others who are speaking on general topics will address the board after the board completes its formal business. Up to 4 speakers will address the board on each topic. Written testimony submitted in advance of the start of this meeting will be included as part of the record of tonight's meeting. I will be calling 5 speakers at a time. Please come to the front of the room to be seated in the front row. And our first 5 speakers are Yumaris Malicio, Anaya Timberlake, Jamara Whitney Williams, Sheila Kayaya, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing names, and Milani Zayas. Are any of those speakers here? Yumaris Malicio, is that you? Somebody just came to the front. Anaya Timberlake? Okay, please come up. Thank you. And because it seems like some of the other speakers are not here, I will call a few more and ask that you come to the front. Maya Fan, Jayla Jones, Suhaila Abraham, Shyla Street, and Oscar Lopez. Please come to the front. Thank you. You can start.
Oh,
thank you.
Am I supposed to? Okay. In the last couple of months, Youth United for Change has met with different district representatives to discuss our campaign addressing students' mental health in schools. School is supposed to be a place where students thrive, but the school district is not invested in our human development. We have to fight between good grades or a positive mental health, and that needs to change. We are calling out the district today on their unfulfilled commitments. We've done our part, now it's your turn. On April 2nd, we met with Lori Pastor, the Deputy Chief of Office of Prevention and Intervention, and Rachel Holzman, the Deputy Chief of Student Rights and Responsibilities regarding 4 policy recommendations. They reacted positively to all of them. They committed to introduce quarterly stress survey proposal to the Chief of Evaluation, Research, and Accountability. They committed to consult with Community Behavioral Health to develop informational materials on mental health support and services. They committed to talk with the Chief of Student Support, ensuring student voice during whole school turnarounds. Lori Pastor mentioned a collaboration with UPenn that aims to develop a tool assessing school needs regarding trauma. There's also something already in the works to promote more mental health spaces in schools. We requested more information on both these initiatives. They asked us for our research and our draft of a stress survey. We gave them that information on April 6th. On April 8th, they confirmed that they would follow up on their commitments. We asked for an update on April 18th. The same day, they said they were still working on it. On May 6th, we asked for more specific details on the status of their commitments. Today marks almost 2 months and still no new information. On May 6th, we met with the school board members, McGinley, Hinton, Danzy, and Wilkerson. Mr. McGinley told us kids cannot learn well if they do not feel safe and supported. I completely agree. Today's students have an unhealthy amount of pressure and they often overwork themselves. We love the feedback that some of our recommendations should be easily to implement and very reasonable, but your actions don't match. In our meeting, you committed to share our concerns with the rest of the board and to meet with Lori Pastor and Rachel Holzman to discuss the commitments that they made with us. You guaranteed report backs within 2 weeks, which passed on May 21st. Now it's been 3 weeks with no update. We are trying to work with the district, but they are not keeping their commitments. We are demanding that our recommendations be put into action by the fall of 2019. You might say, we understand, that's why we're adding counselors. More counselors would be amazing in schools. Unfortunately, we know this is not enough. We cannot depend on more staff to solve all the problems related to mental health because schools themselves provoke worsening students' mental health. We need to be proactive instead of being reactive. So today I ask you all, when are you going to show that you care about students' mental health? Based off the district's inaction, we are starting to feel like students' mental health has been put on the back burner.
I want to thank you for sharing. I want to thank you for sharing those concerns. I'm probably the one that's responsible for not making the 2-week deadline. We did share the concerns with the rest of the board. We do have a meeting scheduled, but the meeting has not yet occurred. So I apologize for that. You gave a very well-reasoned report, and there are recommendations that we immediately said, these are things we should do. There are some that need additional work, and some of that work is in process from the meeting that you had with administrators from the district, and some of the work is upcoming for us. So I apologize for missing the deadline, but we are serious about your recommendations, and we really appreciate your input and the research that you did and the work that you did in crafting a set of issues of concern and a set of reasonable next steps that the district can take. So we will be meeting with you. We were discussing it earlier today, and I will take personal responsibility for not meeting that deadline.
Dr. Height?
Yeah, so I am familiar with the recommendations you also gave to staff, and I'll have to say I love the recommendations. Some do need some more work. We are also including a lot of what you described in our high school plan, and just yesterday we had a focus group with principals of multiple schools. It's the first of 4 focus groups that we're going to have, along with the Division of Community and Behavior Health. And so to address many of the things that you had indicated to staff there. And so we will get back to you in terms of our follow-up on that, just as the board indicated their follow-up. So I'll make sure staff gets back to you with what we promised you, but your recommendations were very well crafted, and we think that those are things that we could do very easily. Yes.
Is Jamara Whitney Williams here? Sheila Kaleha? Milani Zayas? Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for your time. I'm a 7th grader at Science Leadership Academy Middle School, or SLAMS. We are here because we believe art education is important in Philadelphia schools. We are lucky to have a full-time art teacher, and the Picasso grant supplements our art class. Tonight we will tell you about the benefits of art education, talk about funding, share testimonials, and talk about our Picasso art project with the Fabric Workshop and Museum. Now here's Suhaila to continue our argument.
Maya Fan? Oh.
To guide our project and our research, our teacher, Miss Sarah, gave us 3 essential questions to answer. They are, why is our education important to me? Why is our education important to the people around me? Why is our education important in the world? Art is important to me because it helps me reduce stress, and when I do art, it helps me get really creative and focused. We interviewed a few students for SLAMS, and we asked them about why art education is important and why we need it. Here are some examples. Marley, a 7th grader student, said, I think it's important in school because it can help kids feel more encouraged to do their work and succeed and liven up the school. It is important for futures because without it, kids wouldn't have the creativity to succeed in their future jobs. It will expand their imaginations. Miss Cassie, our school secretary, said, if you want to make something of your life, you need to be educated. Art can help people express their feelings, and when they can't talk about it, and to have a good life for them and their future families. Mackenzie, a student, said, art can really affect your test scores, and it can help students think in a creative way and help kids express their feelings. As you can see, many people from our school believe our education is very important. We believe other students across the city of Philadelphia will also agree with us. Art helps lots of kids be successful in life, so every kid should have art education. Miles away from us, every student has the opportunity for art classes, music classes, and other art programs. The students of Philadelphia deserve this too. We deserve to be just as successful as the kids in the neighborhood district outside of Philadelphia. Now here's Maya with the benefits of art education.
Hello, my name is Maya, and I am here to tell you about the benefits of art education. Art helps people get in that relaxing mood and helps other people focus on schoolwork. Art can help people expand their critical thinking. Art makes you more of an open and creative person, and it can help you keep a positive mindset. Art can help students with their collaboration skills. It can help them talk more with their peers if they have the same interest. Art is not just about collaboration and getting work done. It can help them express how they feel if they can't put into words. Some people have different ways of expressing, and art is one of them. And now here is Jayla talking about funding for the schools.
Hi. I researched the funding behind different forms of art education. Funding is important to know because it controls whether programs will start or not. If there is no money to back up the art program, then it can't happen. A lot of funding comes from nonprofit groups and grants, for example, like the Picasso grant. The chart I made shows how much different art programs can cost. According to the Philly.com article, the school district has increased its spending on art education over the last 5 years. We congratulate the city on this increase and challenge you to keep going. As students of Philadelphia, we see this as a start to equitable funding for the arts.
Now we would like to tell you a little bit about our project with Miss Katie in the Fabric Workshop and Museum. In the beginning of the project, we had a conversation about art education and brainstormed what images
could represent our ideas about arts education. Then Katie helped us screen print our images onto fabric. She worked with every 7th grader on Tuesdays for 8 weeks at Slams. She taught us screen printing, texture, how to sew with sewing machines, designs, and how to clean the screens and squeegees we used. We really enjoyed working with Miss Katie and Miss Ashley on our project, and we learned a lot from them, and the Picasso grant gave us opportunities outside our art program. Working with Katie and making the scroll was relaxing and prepared us for the next class. It helped with our research because we were experiencing the importance of art and working with professional artists. We would like to present our fabric mural to arts education for arts education in Philadelphia to the school board. Thank you for your time.
Suhaila Abraham? Was that you? You already spoke? Okay, thank you. Is it Sheila or Shyla Street?
Good evening to members of the board and general body. My name is Shayla Street. I am currently in 10th grade at Central High School, a member of my school's voter registration team, and one of the recipients of the Governor's Civic Engagement Award in 2019. I would like to start off my testimony today by providing a quote that demonstrates why I'm testifying. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. Dr. Martin Luther King. This is exactly what happens when eligible students do not get a chance to vote. Their voice will no longer exist. Their needs, their worries, and their opinions will not matter. Elected officials are not likely to identify the young voter group as a priority if they are not reflected in the polls. Each and every time a vote is casted, it is an opportunity for someone's voice to be heard, whether that be a voice from the voter themselves or the candidate. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, millennials, the youngest voting group, are surpassing the baby boomers as the largest eligible voting generation. However, this dominance is not reflected in the voting polls, as this large group of voters has the lowest turnout rate. This is extremely problematic, as many of the current bills that are being proposed will inevitably affect young voters the most. Laws concerning things like the environment, abortion, criminal justice, and marijuana. Although many young people generally seem to be politically aware, many of their positions are not being accounted for, as their votes are not represented. This issue may be beyond voter registration, but there is no doubt that some of the lack of turnout can be attributed to voter registration. By giving students the chance to register to vote while in school, a new attitude regarding registration could be fostered. In this environment, students can be encouraged by their peers to partake in their civic duty. They can also be better informed on the simple process of actually registering to vote. With a voter registration team like the one that my school currently runs, students can offer support to one another in what may be a stressful situation to some. Amongst a large group of people in high school, students are able to hear from various perspectives on the importance of voting. In conclusion, I want us to become a part of history. I want us to show the world that high school students do vote and care about what is going on in their community. I want us to achieve these goals through administered high school voter registration. Let's show the world that Philadelphia public school students are civically engaged at record high numbers. With your help, I know that every eligible Philadelphia public school student will be registered to vote, and we will achieve our goal. Thank you for your time.
Oscar Lopez. Is Oscar Lopez here? Oh, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Oscar Lopez. I'm currently a student at Central High School and also a member of the voter registration team at said high school. I'm here today because everyone feels the effects of decisions made in their city council, state legislature, and Congress. And it is felt more with pain if that brings stagnation, which leaves those who feel like outcasts in the same systemic ruts. Not wanting to hear the issues of El Pueblo, the people, is not an issue of the left or right, but it is the way to support a stagnant society and one that serves to protect the elite while keeping America's hopeful voiceless. The earlier we have our fellow Americans enact their civic right to vote, the closer we will get to uniting around solutions to what divides us and truly having our principles endure. But why is it important for our youth, specifically our high school seniors, to vote? They know no better, right? Tell that to the students from the Parkland school shooting, or the students who form movements around mental health and climate change. We are not too young to know the world, but too discredited to be taken seriously. Other parts of the country outclass us in voting. Oregon has been voting by mail for over 20 years so that people can fully know who they are casting their vote for. 15 states plus DC have automatic voter registration for new 18-year-olds. This saves money and promotes democracy. We're not telling students who to vote for, but for those that have lived with an adversity or issue, they should know that their vote means one more step to solving problems they experience every single day, regardless of their stances or identities that still make them as American as anyone else. Don't leave the sole word of our respective communities to those who only worry about the interest of today more than the taxing issues of tomorrow.
I know this is an issue that Dr. McIver has been paying special attention to, and I don't know if you want to say something.
Yeah, I'm just very happy to hear the public engaged in this conversation and hope that we can bring it up as a policy in the fall. I think it's critical. So I thank you. I'm thankful for that.
Thank you.
I'm going to call the next 5 speakers. Tim Gibbon, Danica Neves, Elena Harper, Kenneth Maynor, and Zoe Rooney. If Tim Gibbon could please come to the table. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tim Gibbon. I'm Picasso Project Director with Public Citizens for Children and Youth, PCCY, and I'm speaking tonight about the school district's budget. As the students of Science Leadership Academy Middle School beautifully demonstrated through their Picasso Project, access to the arts is essential for Philadelphia students. And I want you as a relatively new school board to know that PCCY's Picasso Project provides grants awarded competitively to support arts-based learning in Philadelphia public schools, and as you saw tonight, to engage students in advocacy for the arts. We give out 2 types of grants. One is the teacher-based grant of up to $5,000 to at least 10 schools to fund innovative 6-month arts projects, often supporting partnerships with teaching artists and organizations. And we are now building out a school-wide model with $10,000 grants to 6 schools for 3 years each, to nurture the growth of a network of arts-rich schools with the district that over time we hope to expand to at least 25 schools. Each school's principal and arts education team is supported by our Picasso Project coach, the great Cindy Farlino. Since 2002, the Picasso Project has invested over $809,000 in 105 schools, giving more than 47,000 students access to hands-on arts education in school. We're thrilled that this year Picasso Project will be able to expand our impact and provide a total of $128,000 in grant funding for our work in district schools. We want you to know that we can do this only because of the generosity of the Neubauer Family Foundation, the Model Foundation, and the generous support of individual PCCY donors, including Steve and Barbara Gold, who stepped up to the plate in very big ways. The Golds are here tonight. In our 17 years, we've seen great strides in our education funding for Philadelphia schools, from the near elimination to today's staff of 453 certified district arts teachers. The Office of Arts and Academic Enrichment under Frank Makos' leadership has done tremendous work to provide high-quality arts education for our students, including the development of the arts framework. These are big steps. However, every school must have at least one full-time art and music teacher, which means that an additional 60 teachers need to be hired, or even more for larger schools. And we should not think so small. I urge you to dedicate yourself and ask all of us to ensure that our schools have instrumental music, dance, theater, and digital media teachers. And to state the obvious, the requisite art supplies and tools. Together, we must continue to work to assure that all Philadelphia students receive the access to high-quality arts education that they deserve. Thank you.
Danica Neves.
Do I have to press this? Or no? Hello, my name is Danica Nieves, and I'm a first-year English teacher at Edison High School. Last year, I was one of a cohort of 20 teacher residents sent to the Relay Graduate School of Education's Teacher Prep program. I'm asking that you deny the renewal of Relay's contract and instead partner with real local universities to train new teachers. I came to Relay last year with an open mind. I was happy that Relay's tuition was so cheap and that it would be covered by the district. As it turns out, I quickly learned you do get what you pay for. Relay gives a lot of lip service to principles of equity and diversity, but there is very little diversity of thought at Relay. Nearly all of the instructors are former Teach for America members, and many of them have limited classroom experience. Some are not even particularly knowledgeable about their own content areas. All of them have a charter school background. The program is very geared toward training teachers to deliver prepackaged lessons in privatized schools with top-down scripted curriculums. Throughout the year, Relay instructors had to spend hours giving instructions to the wall, calculating the number of hours lost if kids don't move around the classroom like robots, and even doing teacher aerobics set to music, where we practice standing on our tiptoes, crouching down to help a student, and popping up like a groundhog to monitor the rest of the class. I found myself wondering when the gimmicks would end and the substance would begin. Furthermore, I found many of the Relay techniques deeply troubling. We were shown many videos of ideal teaching that included many test prep drills, chanting, boot camp-esque classroom management, and telling kids to track the speaker like we'd be training dogs instead of educating children. I couldn't help but wonder whether these tactics would be acceptable at schools on the main line. They wouldn't, so they shouldn't be acceptable for kids in Philadelphia. When I question Relay's obsessive focus on data collection at the expense of a more holistic teaching practice, a Relay instructor told me last month that I might want to consider a different career. I love my students and I don't want to consider a different career, but I do hope this board will reconsider Relay. Thank you.
Elena Harper. Is Elena Harper here? Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Did you start it already? Oh. Okay, I don't know how to start it. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Elena Harper, and I'm the Dean of Relay Philadelphia in Camden. I'm here to talk to you about a challenge facing our city and the great opportunity we have to continue working together to fix it. A recent Inquirer report found that 26 district schools lost at least 25% of their teachers for 4 years straight, or lost more than 1/3 each of the last 2 years. These schools serve about 12,000 district students, most of them students of color. How new teachers are prepared for their positions could be contributing to this problem. A study by researchers at Temple University revealed that 72% of teachers surveyed felt underprepared from their teacher preparation programs for the realities of their classroom. Teachers are more successful when they are prepared within the context in which they will teach. At Relay, 91% of our residents report feeling prepared by our program. Taking a step back, we see another challenge. There's no doubt that teachers of color strengthen public education systems and the student experience. However, many cities, including Philadelphia, have large concentrations of children of color and a dearth of teachers of color. We in this room are in a unique position to focus on a solution to these challenges. Tonight, you have a chance to continue investing in our teachers and our students by addressing these very issues. By continuing to work with Relay, your inaugural residency partner, you are investing in the future of our students by ensuring we have quality, diverse teachers who are committed to our schools and are entering and staying in the profession. Teacher residency programs, like what we offer in partnership with the district, seek to address these problems by offering an innovative approach to recruiting and retaining high-quality teachers for hard-to-staff schools. Research suggests that residencies bring greater gender and racial diversity into the teaching workforce, a trend that has proven true through our partnership. And studies of teacher residency programs consistently point to high retention rates. 84% of Cohort 1 are still teaching in district schools, and 100% of Cohort 2 have accepted offers in the district. We ask you to support and continue this partnership because it's important that all teachers understand the cultural needs of our students, and when we are in the classrooms, that's one important step, and a residency program offers that.
Kenneth Maynor.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kenneth Maynor. I am the operational manager of A1 School Bus Company, LLC. We are a subcontractor with the City of Philadelphia for vendors for school bus transportation of students. My reason for being here this evening is because I wanted to make a few notes to you on the conditions that we are currently facing at our company. A1 School Bus started to provide AM and PM services for the School District of Philadelphia in the fall of 2011. During our first year of contract, we underestimated our cost of doing business. There was no annual rate of increase for route rate. Despite our circumstances, the School District of Philadelphia decided to request a rate decrease for our routes. The second year of our contract was for 3 years within a 2-year extension. During the negotiations with Allison Paul and Marvin Lee, we requested a 7% annual rate increase. We were advised the most that we could expect was up to 3% annually rate increase. In the school year of 2015-2016, we received a rate increase of 0.007%. In the school year 2016-2017, we received a 0.0487% rate increase. 2017-2018, a 0.951 increase. And in 2018-2019, a 1.038 rate increase on our routes. The second contract has also been deducting what appears to be a fuel tax from us on a biannual basis. We pay taxes on to the state for our fuel. We don't understand why the district is charging us for fuel. When we were negotiating the second contract with the School District of Philadelphia, Transpire was governing the transportation department. They wanted the smaller vendors to be regional, so in the event of a breakdown or complications, we would be able to have one of our other buses from a neighboring route come to pick up the slack instead of having the Philadelphia School District of Philadelphia come in to assist us. In our 8 years of providing transportation for the School District of Philadelphia, only once had the School District of Philadelphia handle our routes. And that was the AM route only. In conclusion, we would like the school district to consider a pay increase of a 5% annual increase on our route rates. We would also like to be considered for an additional routes in the upcoming 2019-2020 school year. Thank you.
Zoe Rooney. Oh, I'm sorry.
This is actually an issue that came up at our finance and facilities. Mr. Maynard, this is an issue that came up at our finance and facilities committee meeting. You know, questions about how the contracts are funded, how drivers are paid, and so it's an issue that the board will be looking at through its committees in the coming months. My understanding is the district is revisiting its approach to these issues to better balance the equities involved. So I appreciate your comments tonight.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your assistance.
All right, while Zoe Rooney comes to the table, I'm going to call the next group of speakers, and please make your way to the front. Tamara Snayad, Lisa Haver, Deborah Grill, Robert Wilson, and Richard McCrae.
My name is Zoe Rooney, and I'm an educator and the parent of 2 children in the district, one of whom is in full-time autistic support. I'm speaking to you about the IU number 4 and IU number 5, which are contracts. Both of these items are contracts that provide professional development to district teachers and staff of students with autism in regards to applied behavior analysis, which is commonly known as ABA. As a parent of a child with autism, I've learned that one of the best ways to appropriately advocate for my child is to listen to older autistic children and to autistic adults. More than any other individuals, including doctors, educators, and therapists, autistic adults are able to speak to the experience of being autistic and the impacts of various interventions and programs. In doing so, I've learned that many people consider ABA to be abusive and harmful. There is a great article that was published in The Atlantic in 2016 that goes into detail about this controversy and acknowledges that there are vocal advocates on both sides of the debate. For me personally, as I would with any type of abuse, my inclination is to believe survivors. These action items cite the research backing ABA, but as the article in The Atlantic mentions, the research is actually far from definitive or even convincing. I have many concerns about the methods that fall under ABA, and there are things within that umbrella that I absolutely do not want my child subjected to, particularly since he is unable to come home and communicate with me how he feels about going to school or his feelings about the ways teachers and staff interact with him. I've never seen the district ask parents for consent in terms of the methods teachers use with their autistic children. While IEP goals sometimes reference specific methods, more often they are about the academic targets. In my experience, IEPs usually don't get as granular as specifying whether the goals will be addressed using methods like ABA. As another example, the district has touted new robots they started experimenting with in some autistic support classrooms to build social skills. Where parents asked for permission to subject their autistic children to this experiment and to interactions with a robot, there's no explicit process by which I'm asked to give consent for methods such as ABA, nor am I aware of any particular designated process for opting out. Are any parents of any children, autistic or otherwise, ever asked for permission for various experiments the district tries, or are they just notified as if these things are known best practices and there's no question of consent? I will be contacting my son's teacher and the SEL at his school to discuss provisions for his IEP to address this, but it should be a process that is built in, particularly for our most vulnerable students who can't come home and describe in words what happens at school each day. In addition to building better transparency and communication around these issues and being more careful in consideration of these contracts, I would like to see the district work harder to consult with autistic adults and older students within the district who have autism. These are the real experts, and they should be the ones the district is contracting with to get this right. Thank you.
Tamara Snayad, Sneed, I'm sorry if I mispronounce it.
No, it's fine. It's one of those names.
Thank you.
So hi, I'm Tamara Snead, and I'm the Associate Dean of Teacher Education at Temple University. So I want to thank you for this opportunity to express our appreciation for the continued partnership with the School District of Philadelphia for teacher residency programs. Teacher residencies generally show strong and positive results, including recruiting a teacher workforce that has a demographic more similar to the district population and with increased retention. Temple University's teacher residency program specifically does this through intentional diversity recruitment, a cohort model so residents support each other during their training year and into their teacher years, and close integration of residency's daily work in schools and university coursework. Temple College of Education has a long history of collaboration with the district, and we really appreciate this. And we supply a significant number of teachers each year to the region. And we are proud to say our alumni are well represented among the recent Lindback Teaching Award winners. In 2014, we received a federal grant to develop a residency program, and we created a 12-month master certification program to recruit people with strong STEM background, that's science, technology, engineering, and math, and support them in becoming middle grade teachers that would meet an intentional need. That would intentionally meet the need in the district and the district's request for STEM teachers. Becoming a partner in the school district residency program in 2018 has been significant in several ways. With our original funding, we were prepared to pay a modest stipend and some tuition support, and we provided substantial coaching and mentoring support. While the responses and outcomes of the program were strong, we found our limited financial support constrained our ability to recruit diverse and highly capable candidates who might be career changers or recent college graduates. The current financial support from the district through this partnership has enabled us to recruit more candidates. And even more, we've been able to further improve our teacher residency experiences by sharing best practices with the district and other partners. And we have expanded our program to include secondary math and science pre-service teachers. So here's what we've learned and how we've structured our program so that we are providing you those highly qualified residents. We recruit students who come into our program to come into our program with a strong STEM content knowledge, and we engage them in clinical-based teacher preparation. By working with the experienced educators and children within the classrooms, we equip these residents with research-based practices, strategies, and practical knowledge and experience to effectively teach the content that they bring. Our curriculum is grounded in theory and is aligned with the Danielson framework. We promote inquiry and student-centered instructional practices while including in coursework on teaching English language learners, students with special needs, and gifted. We work to develop deep partnerships among our faculty and staff, university coaches, collaborating teachers, and school leaders. We guide students in ongoing reflection, exploring the connection between course content and what they see and experience in their course sites. And lastly, we have a developmental orientation. Our year-long practice provides opportunities for growth that semester-long placements do not. So in sum, we just want to say that we deeply value our work with the district and look forward to the continuation of this partnership.
Thank you. Lisa Haver.
Thank you. I was watching the movie The Verdict again last night, in which Paul Newman plays a lawyer, and in his summation, he tells the jury that they are the law, not the lawyers or the judges or the buildings or the books. Those are just the trappings, but because they will make the final decision, they are the law. The board is the law here, not the Harrisburg politicians or the Charter Appeal Board or the mayor or the governor. The people on the board must decide whether the board will continue the destructive policies of the SRC or will represent their constituents, all of the stakeholders of the district, as the government officials that they are. Will the board continue to renew charters that fail to meet academic standards? Will the board renew schools whose SPRs are in single digits and who cannot meet or exceed the performance of district schools, for example, Auden Reed? Will the board allow charter managers to thumb their nose at you by refusing to follow conditions? Will the board allow them to continue to set up barriers to enrollment to children they don't want to take, like Franklin Town Charter? Will the board allow them to continue to expel students without providing them their due process rights? And that applies to very, very many charter schools, too many to mention right now. Will the board allow charter CEOs to pay themselves astronomical salaries without asking them why? Will you ask the CEO of one Philadelphia charter, whose board pays her more than Dr. Height to run one school, how that is ethical? The same school that is now demanding to get in front of the line in front of everybody else so that that school, whose data does not show evidence of a high-quality school, can add a high school. Because when you do, as the law here, you send a message that it's okay for charter schools to provide an inadequate education to their students, that it's okay for them to say they provide choice when the choice actually rests with them, that it's okay for them to divert public money to private real estate investors and consultants and law firms. President Wilkerson and Dr. Height said in their important commentary today, quote, "The Commonwealth has an ethical and moral responsibility to its public school students to ensure charters are held to the same state academic standards as district schools." The board has that same ethical and moral responsibility. You cannot demand it from others if you don't practice it here, starting today. Thank you.
Deborah Grill.
Good evening. I'm here today to ask you to deny American Paradigm's application for Tacony Academy Charter School at St. Vincent's. First and foremost, the initial application included inconsistencies and omissions in many areas, including curricula and staffing, two of the most important parts of an instructional program. Since American Paradigm already has 4 schools, they should have known that. And as an experienced CMO, they should have known how to fill out an application correctly and completely on the first try. And yet, given a second try, there are still deficiencies in the revised application, deficiencies for which the board rejected the application in the first place. American Paradigm's existing schools are not exactly model schools. 3 are in the intervene category in achievement according to their school progress reports, with scores of 19%, 11%, and 2%. The 4th school's in the watch category. Why allow them to open a new school when they still have so much work to do in their existing schools? 3 of which are operating on expired charter agreements because American Paradigm has refused to agree to renew conditions what might actually improve the school and their governance. This application makes it obvious that American Paradigm is more interested in acquiring real estate than in educating children. Why else would they propose to open a school in such a remote, hard-to-access area adjacent to a Superfund site and on a property which contains an on-site cemetery and a yacht club? Is mortuary science and sailing part of the proposed curriculum? And why would they agree to deed restrictions by the seller, a religious institution, that will constrain what is taught at the school? Because it's about real estate and profits, really. At the February Student Achievement and Support Committee meeting, American Paradigm CEO Gerald Santelli indicated that the property had been in their sight for 10 years. He also noted that the city is building waterfront parks along the Delaware and will probably buy, with taxpayer money, part of their property along the river via eminent domain. Additionally, American Paradigm intends to enter into another circular agreement where their own foundation will buy the property and lease it back to the school, thereby profiting from state reimbursements for the charters that rent. More taxpayer money going into American Paradigm's pockets. Deny this application and show these charter investors who stand to profit that the board will not act as their real estate brokers and will not divert more taxpayer money into their pockets. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Wilson, followed by Richard McCray, Diane Payne, Linda Rubin, Christina McHugh, and Zach Wright. Mr. Wilson, can you get the testimony and pass it out? Sithi will. Yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Wilson. I'm the CEO of A1 School Bus Company. You heard briefly from one of the employees, Kenneth Maynor. He gave a brief history of our company, and I'd just like to add a few highlights. If in fact it's okay, one of my employees who was to follow me because of reasons beyond our control will not be able to be here. And if it's possible for me to have his 3 minutes, I would appreciate it. If not, I'll understand.
We'd appreciate it if you would restrict your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Not unusual. When we first came into existence, we were told that the school district was interested in 50% minority participation in the yellow bus transportation. And we put up $40,000, which was $200 per route for 200 routes. We have a $15 million loan guarantee. We hired graduates from Wharton's Business School to help us with our business plan. And we did our research, we did our business plan, and we submitted our bid. They threw that bid out. We came into the SRC meeting after this happened twice, and we wanted to know why. Nobody could give a plausible explanation. School was about to open, and we made our case here before the SRC. The school district was ordered to put the bid out and to put the results out and issue the results, which never actually happened. We lost our loan because we were told at that time we could only have 14 routes. 14 routes would not support the loan. This was 3 weeks before school was opening. We went to other lending institutions who told us that we came to them too late and that they couldn't help us. So we didn't actually underestimate our operational courses. We actually had to make our operational courses pay salaries for not 30 days, but 2 months out of the family's pocket. We paid our insurance, we paid our fuel, we paid our taxes, we paid all of the things that it takes to go into business. Being a new facility, we had to pay rent, all of the things that were necessary.
Mr. Wilson, I'm going to ask Dr. Height to respond. This is an issue, transportation, how we provide expanded opportunities for small and minority businesses is something that we're concerned about. And Dr. Height, you want to?
And Mr. Wilson, we have the chief of that area that I would like for her to talk with you. She can talk with you now. Her name is Danielle Floyd. She will meet you as you walk out to the back. And she could talk to you about that issue and then the steps that we're taking to review this, many of the things that you just reviewed, you and your colleague.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Height, and the rest of the board. I appreciate the time you've given me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is Richard?
I just want y'all to know his health deteriorated over this. He's getting ready to go away for 4 weeks to learn how to be blind, how to live blind. This, what he's gone through and what he went through with the people that worked for him deteriorated his health. I brought them here because they told us that it would be fair for minorities. It has not been.
Richard McRae, please. Richard McRae here. I'm going to call the next group of speakers. Would Diane Payne please come to the table? And then we'll have Linda Rubin, Christine McHugh, and Zach Wright. Thank you.
Good evening. The convoluted trail of pending charter school decisions is a labyrinth that is impossible for the public to follow. Yet it is public tax dollars that flow into charter school coffers. On the charter school webpage, the 2018-19 cohort has 12 renewals, and the 17-18 cohort has 18 renewals. Then there are the requests for amendments, which could be name changes, location changes, or enrollment increases. 18-19, 3 mid-cycle requests. 17-18, 6 amendment requests with their renewals. 17-18, 7 mid-cycle requests. 16-17, 6 requests. Then there are 2 reapplications, and finally 1 MSCO applications. To add to the confusion, Belmont is on the list today for renewal, even though they don't even appear on the charter school renewal page. Only if you attended the Finance and Facility meeting would you know that Belmont wants to buy the building they're in. It is impossible to tell by looking at the charter school website which schools are operating without signing their contracts. Belmont seems to be one of those. They have operated without signing the agreement until now, when they want to buy the building. CEO Michael Karp, the real estate developer turned charter school operator, seems to want to increase his portfolio. And once again, Auden Reed seems to have disappeared. This is a total of 56 pending decisions. These schools are frequently in the watch and intervene category, academic category. Charter school vendors are relentless in their quest for more, and why not? So far, they have not had to achieve academic standards in model or even reinforce, or even the reinforced category to get renewed, increase enrollment, or open more schools. Please vote no on action item 79, the reapplication of tax at St. Vincent. They have resubmitted a flawed application. Nothing has changed about the questionable location. In fact, even more questions have arisen. And their existing schools are not performing adequately. Action item 74 for Ad Prima's renewal, you'll be voting on a school in the watch category. Action item 76, Belmont's renewal, you'll be voting on a school in the intervene category. Action item 77, Esperanza's renewal, you will be voting on a middle school in the intervene category and a high school in the intervene category. Action item 78, Mariana Brachetti's renewal, you'll be voting on an elementary school in the intervene category and a high school in the watch category. They also have the audacity to ask for an enrollment increase. It's understandable why parents fight to keep their charter school open. They're looking out for what they believe to be in the best interest of their child. It is imperative the public officials fight to guard the welfare of all children and spend public dollars on the public good. Thank you.
Linda Rubin.
Good evening. When I clicked on tonight's agenda for the Belmont Elementary Charter School renewal application, I was surprised to be linked to the 2016-17 CSO evaluation report, at which time the SRC recommended a 5-year renewal with conditions. In that report, Belmont was in the watch category for performance on state and local frameworks. It did not meet academic standards, including aspects of special education, compliance, and ELL as an entire category. They also were rated did not meet standards on board governance, attendance, food safety and health, and timely reporting, especially for the financial audit. And still the SRC recommended a 5-year renewal with conditions. I guess Belmont Board Chair Michael Karp's presence on the PICA committee gets him some leeway. I was present that night and observed Mr. Karp blaming their flaws in part on the percentage of poverty students they had. Let that sink in. I thought charter said they would do better jobs in public schools. In addition, Mr. Karp and company refused to sign the agreement because they rejected not only the conditions, but the district's right to monitor them, basically ignoring the SRC, now board oversight. In other words, they've been allowed to stay open for 2 years without any compliance. So why agree now? Because they want something big. And I'm not sure if this new agreement, in quotes, using outdated evaluation data includes any conditions or not, or if they do, whether Belmont will simply disregard them again. Although there's no mention of this in the board's agenda or the non-existent follow-up report, but at the Finance and Facilities Committee meeting last week, it was reported that Mr. Karp and his board want to create a nonprofit, and for the district to sell the building it now occupies to the nonprofit. I just love the word nonprofit. It's its own antonym. This board should not be ignoring the needs of the community to satisfy the wishes of a wealthy real estate developer. The board needs to ask itself whether the district's major misstep in handing over control of 2 neighborhood schools to a real estate developer with no education experience should now be compounded by letting him have the building. It's a catchment area school. The first step in the district's major reorganization plan should not be selling off schools. President Wilkerson and Dr. Haidt, in your op-ed today, you stated the original vision for charter schools was teacher-driven laboratories of innovation that can inform and advance all public schools. And the charters have not lived up to that promise. Most charters have become big businesses. Education is simply a product. Is this the future our students and families deserve? What you do as a board today and in the coming weeks, how you vote on MCSOs and charter expansions will affect this school district's future viability.
Christine McHugh, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christine McHugh. I am a current teacher resident and teach 7th grade English Language Arts at Thurgood Marshall Elementary School. I come before you today to speak on behalf of the Relay School of Education. I worked for the School District of Philadelphia for 20 years. I began my career at the central office working as a training coordinator for the operations division. I've been very fortunate to work with many dedicated and talented people here at the district. During my time in operations, I attended St. Joseph's University and earned my bachelor's degree for elementary education. This was several years ago. I regretted not going into teaching after graduation. At this juncture in my career, I lacked the necessary teaching experience and state certifications to become a quality teacher. Despite this, I was certain I wanted to stay at the School District of Philadelphia. I am very proud to serve the families and parents here and the students. I heard about the teacher residency program from a district principal. This program has been life-changing for me, and I am very thankful to be a part of it. The Relay Residency Program, in partnership with the district, has provided me a supportive and a gradual on-ramp into the classroom. I was placed in a classroom with a mentor teacher and gained teaching experience over the course of a school year. Throughout the program, I have worked closely with a talented mentor teacher, taken graduate courses, and worked towards my teaching certificate. One area that has particularly helped me is through practice and feedback from Relay faculty members. I've learned teaching techniques and then they have been provided with the opportunity to practice these techniques with faculty and peers. Their feedback has provided an opportunity for me to refine my approach and teach with confidence in my classroom. Relay's curriculum is rigorous, and they have high expectations for their students. This is balanced with a very supportive and dedicated faculty and staff who have helped me navigate my first year of teaching. Teaching is a deeply rewarding profession, but it is also demanding and challenging. This program has provided the foundation for me to successfully transition into becoming a strong teacher. I am on track to graduate this year and will have my own classroom next year. I couldn't have gotten here without the residency program and without the support of Relay. Please continue your work with Relay to provide others committed to our district a pathway into teaching. Thank you.
Zach Wright.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. As a Philly educator of almost 15 years in private, district, and charter schools, a 2013 Philadelphia Outstanding Teacher of the Year, and now as a professor of higher ed, I can attest, ladies and gentlemen, that we have a problem. As noted by the Philadelphia Inquirer, 26 districts have lost 25% of their teachers for 4 years straight. These schools serve about 12,000 of the district's most vulnerable students. This phenomenon shows little sign of abating. Indeed, in all likelihood, next fall, new teachers will fill the spots left behind, will struggle to master their craft, will become discouraged, and will themselves leave. They will then be replaced by recruits just like them, and the cycle will begin again. And another year's worth of students will be denied their inalienable right to a quality education. It is no secret why these teachers are struggling. They've told us. A 2018 report from the William Penn Foundation revealed the following data points. 72% of teachers felt unprepared to work in an urban classroom. 52% felt unprepared to plan and deliver instruction. 62% felt unprepared to teach culturally diverse students. Think on that. Nearly 3/4 are not prepared to teach in Philly, and more than half are not prepared to teach at all. Why aren't these teachers prepared to teach? Why aren't they prepared to connect with their students in their communities? According to these same teachers, it's pretty clear they were not taught how. 68% said their preparation programs place too much emphasis on theory and not enough on classroom-ready skills. They are told what teaching is about, but not how to actually do it. We can solve teacher turnover by preparing our teachers not for the theoretical classroom, but for the Philly classroom. According to the Learning Policy Institute, teacher residency programs consistently point to the high retention rates of their graduates, generally ranging from 80 to 90% in the same district after 3 years and 70 to 80% after 5 years. We can no longer just throw young teachers into classrooms and somehow expect them to be effective and stay. We need to educate new teachers on foundational theory, and we need to ensure the teachers practice and master the moves that make up a teacher's bread and butter. We need to guide our teachers to learn about the children and the communities they serve so that they do so with compassion, knowledge, and humility. We need to empower our teachers so our classrooms become places of liberation rather than oppression. The time for action is now. Our teachers need it, our students need it, and our cities need it. And we at Relay Philly Camden are ready to do the work. So let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. It's now time to discuss and vote on this month's action items, and we'll have speakers on general topics after the conclusion of this portion of our meeting. Action item 1 is to consider the amendment of the following board policies: 003.1, 007, 112, 121, 208, 213, 610, and 812, and for the adoption of proposed board policy 007. May I have a motion and a second to consider action item 1?
So moved.
Is there a second? Board members and student board reps, are there any questions? Seeing none, it's now time to vote. Ms. Rapp, please call the roll.
Thank you. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next items are action items 2 through 4. These are all student expulsions. May I have a motion and a second to consider action items 2 through 4?
So moved.
Second.
Board members, student board members, are there any questions? Seeing none, Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Sorry, my microphone was off. Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next items are items 5 through 7 pertaining to the operating budget, the capital budget, and an agreement with the IU to provide an educational program and auxiliary services to the non-public students in the district. And with that, may I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, Ms. Rapp, please call the roll.
Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next items are action items 8 through 13. These tend to be acceptance of grants and donations to the district. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions? Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next items are items 14 through 19, dealing with personnel matters and other HR issues. We also have contracts with Temple University regarding, and other institutions regarding teacher residency, and a contract for, with scenario learning. Is there a motion and a second to adopt items 14 through 19?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions or concerns? Seeing none, Ms. Rauch?
Thank you, and I understand some board members have, are abstaining on action item 18, so please announce your votes for the other items and announce your abstention. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
I'll be abstaining on 18 due to my relationship with UPenn, and yes on the rest.
Thank you. Mr. Huang?
I am also abstaining on action item number 18 since it involves Penn, at which I'm an adjunct faculty member. I am a yes on the other items.
Thank you. Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
I'm a yes on all items except item 18 as because of my affiliation at Temple University.
Thank you. Dr. MacGyver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
I have to abstain on 18 because I'm an employee at Temple. Otherwise, yes.
Thank you. With respect to action item 18, that passes by a vote of 5-0 with 4 abstentions, and the others were passed unanimously. Thank you.
Our next items are action items 20 through 27. May I have a motion and a second to consider action items 20 through 27?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions on any of those items? Seeing none, hearing none. Ms. Rauch, please call the roll.
Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. MacGyver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next items are action items 28 through 33, capital items. Is there a motion and a second for action items 28 through 33?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions? Ms. Rauch, please call the roll.
Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. MacGyver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next items are 34 through 38. Is there a motion and a second for items 34 through 38?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions about those items? Seeing none, Ms. Rapp, please call the roll.
Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. MacGyver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes. Our next items are items 39 through 47. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. MacGyver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes, we'll next consider items 48 through 52. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions from board members on these items? Seeing none, Ms. Rout, please call the roll on 48 through 52.
Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. MacGyver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll now consider items 53 through 60. May I have a motion and a second on those items?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions on any of those items? Nobody? Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Through 60.
Thank you. This is All right, this is on 53-260. I understand there are some abstentions as to items 59 and 60, so please make sure to note that. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
No to 59, yes to the rest.
Hold on, I just want to make sure I note it. Mr. Huang?
Yes to all.
Dr. McColgan?
Abstaining from 60, but yes to the others.
Dr. McGinley?
I'm abstaining from 59 based on my affiliation at Temple, and yes to the rest.
Dr. MacGyver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
I have to abstain on 59. I'm a Temple employee, yes to the rest. Will now,
I'll just
sorry.
announce, with respect to item 59, that passes by a vote of 6 yes, 1 no, and 2 abstentions, and item 60 passes by a vote of 8 yes, 0 no, and 1 abstention. Thank you.
thank you. We'll now consider action items 61 through 67. May I have a motion to consider those items?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions? Hearing none, Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. MacGyver?
Yes.
Did I skip Dr. McGinley? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes, you skipped Dr. McGinley.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice President Walker?
Yes.
Thank you. And President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Action item 70 has been withdrawn. We'll now consider action items 68, 69, 71, and 72. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions about these items? Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Thank you. On items 68, 69, 71, and 72, Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes, with the exception of 72, on which I vote no.
Dr. MacGyver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next items are action items 73 and 74 concerning board policies. 73, there's no action to be taken, and 74 is acceptance of a grant from Neubauer Family Foundation. Is there a motion and a second
So moved.
concerning action item 74?
So moved.
Second.
Yes. Board policies.
Okay, thank you. Item
Are
70.
there any questions about 74? None? Okay.
Okay. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. MacGyver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next item is item 75, which is the application for charter school renewal for Ad Prima Charter School. May I have a motion and a second to consider action item 75?
I move to accept the recommendation of the Charter School Office and renew the charter for Ad Prima Charter School.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions concerning this item? Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Board members, a motion has been made and seconded to accept the recommendation of the Charter Schools Office and renew the charter for Ad Prima Charter School. When I call your name, vote yes if you are voting to accept the recommendation of the Charter School Office and renew the charter for Ad Prima Charter School, or vote no. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. MacGyver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next item is item 76, concerning the application for charter renewal of Belmont Elementary Charter School. May I have a motion and a second to consider action item 76?
I'm sorry, go ahead. I move to accept the recommendation of the Charter School Office and renew the charter for, this is Esperanza, correct? Esperanza?
No,
this
it's
is-
Belmont.
This is Belmont, sorry, Belmont.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'm
Sorry.
going to ask, just for clarity for the
Sorry,
record,
I was on the
if
wrong
you
one.
can restate the motion, please.
Will do. Except I can't find it.
This is for item 76 regarding Belmont
Sorry, I thought it was
Elementary Charter
77.
School.
Thank you. I move to ratify the renewal of the charter for Belmont Elementary Charter School and set forth action item 76. Correct?
And I'd like to have Ms. Grant come up and explain this action, please, proposal.
So this has been moved and seconded?
No.
It has not been
Not yet.
seconded
Oh, I'm
yet.
sorry. Is there a second?
And
I thought it was seconded.
I don't think it was seconded.
No, it's not correct. No.
Okay,
Yeah.
what I need is a motion to accept the recommendation of the charter school and ratify the renewal of the charter for Belmont Charter School. Is there that motion? Can I get that motion?
I move to accept the recommendation of the Charter Schools Office and ratify the renewal of the charter for Belmont
And
Elementary
then-
Charter School.
I need a second of that motion.
I second it.
Thank you. Ms. Grant, please identify yourself and
Good evening, Christina Grant, Interim Chief of the Charter Schools Office. We bring before you today the signed charter agreement for Belmont Elementary Charter School. This school was brought up for renewal before the School Reform Commission in the 2016-17 cohort of schools. At that time, it was recommended for renewal with conditions. Since that time, the school has met 92% of the organizational compliance standards on the 2017 ACE and 96% of the organizational compliance standards on the 2018 ACE report. The school also corrected all of its governance concerns that were pressing matters before the School Reform Commission at that time. The school board has since met, and they have agreed to the current terms of the 2019 form of charter. That board has met and agreed to accept the terms of the charter. We have that signed charter agreement in our possession. We are presenting it to you all this evening for your consideration.
and so this is for the charter, this does not involve the disposition of the building?
It does not.
Are there any questions for Ms. Grant or other comments?
I have a comment. I object to this, and I'll be voting no, because the terms and conditions, while they don't specifically include references to the sale of the building, this is all part of a deal that will obligate the board later to sell the building. And I don't believe it's appropriate to sell that building as a building, but I further don't believe it's ever appropriate to sell a neighborhood. And because the school has a catchment area, like Renaissance schools, in selling the building, we are removing our presence as a traditional public school in that community. And I don't see any reason to agree to those terms and conditions, and I don't see any reason to support the sale of the building.
Madam President.
Mr. Wong?
If I may weigh in, it is my understanding that the transaction is contingent on the renewal, but that the transaction is its own issue that we will be discussing and voting on later. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I think just in terms of the points that the commissioner makes, Commissioner McGinley makes, I think the point is well taken.
I used to be a commissioner.
Oh, I'm sorry. Soon we forget, right? That's before we were enlightened. I think your points are well.
But I wouldn't do it even if I was a commissioner.
I think your point's well taken. This charter predates the Renaissance Charter Program that has its own challenges, and I think it does raise problematic issues. And I think that it's it's essential that in considering any sale of the property, that we take action to assure that if it's not operated in pursuant to a charter that the board has approved, that the district have the ability to get the school back. I also think that it raises a serious policy issue that this board needs to take up. We have any number of charter schools that could come before us and make the same kind of demand, and I think that, I view this as cleaning up previous activity. I think that going forward, we need to consider a policy that would clearly state that we will not be selling district buildings with clearly defined catchment areas. And so with that, I intend to support this school charter agreement, and then we'll have serious concerns that I'll raise when we consider the possible sale. And with that, are there any other comments on this matter? Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just explain that for the record, a motion has been made and seconded to accept the recommendation of the Charter School Office and ratify the renewal of the charter for Belmont Elementary Charter School. So when I call your name, you vote yes to accept, if you are accepting the recommendation of the Charter Schools Office and ratifying the renewal of the charter for Belmont Elementary Charter School, or vote no. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes, with the understanding that the sale of the building is not contingent upon my yes. I'm
Ms.
just
Fix
saying that.
Lopez? I'm sorry.
No.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
No.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That the vote on action item 76 passes by a vote of 7 yes and 2 no. Thank you.
Our next item is action item 77, an application for the charter renewal of Esperanza Academy Charter School. May I have a motion and a second to consider action item 77?
So moved.
Is there a second?
A second.
Second.
Are there any questions? They will be posted following the meeting. These, you want to?
Yeah, these are quasi-judicial proceedings and decisions, and the procedure is the procedure is appropriate, and the action items will be posted.
Are there any comments from board members on action item 77? Ms. Rauch, will you restate the motion?
Yes, I'm going to ask that the motion be restated on action item 77.
I will do that. I move that we accept the recommendation of the Charter Schools Office and renew the charter for Esperanza Academy Charter School.
I second it.
Are there any questions? Ms. Rauch, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. A motion has been made and seconded to accept the recommendation of the Charter Schools Office and renew the charter for Esperanza Academy Charter School. Board members, when I say your name, vote yes if you are voting to accept the recommendation of the CSO and renew the charter for Esperanza Academy Charter School, or vote no. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll now consider action item 78, the application for charter renewal of Mariana Brissetti Academy Charter School. May I have a motion and a second to consider this item?
I move to accept the recommendation of the Charter Schools Office and renew the charter for Mariana Brissetti Academy Charter School.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there,
Second.
are there,
Does that include enrollment
we're not doing amendments. I'm sorry.
I second it, Madam
Wait,
President.
I misspoke. Ms. Grant?
Again, Christina Grant, Interim Chief of the Charter Schools Office. As discussed at the May Student Achievement Meeting, we are recommending Mariana Bracetti School be renewed for 5 years with an increased enrollment of 245 students.
Thank you for the correction. We've had a motion and a second. Ms. Rock, would you please, if there are no questions, Ms. Rock, please call the roll.
Thank you. This is on action item 78. Board members, a motion's been made and seconded to accept the recommendation of the Charter Schools Office and renew the charter for Mariana Bracetti Academy Charter School. When I call your name, vote yes if you're voting to accept the recommendation of the CSO and renew the charter for Mariana Bracetti Academy Charter School, or vote no. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll now consider action item 79, the revised application for a new charter school of Tacony Academy Charter School at St. Vincent's. May I have a motion and a second to consider action item 79?
I move to deny the revised application for a new charter school of Tacony Academy Charter School at St. Vincent's and adopt an adjudication in support of the denial.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments? Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Thank you. Board members, a motion has been made and seconded to deny the revised application for a new charter school of Tacony Academy Charter School at St. Vincent's and to adopt an adjudication in support of that denial. When I call your name, vote yes if you are voting to deny the revised application for a new charter school of Tacony Academy Charter School at St. Vincent's and to adopt an adjudication in support of the denial, or vote no. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes to deny.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
And President Wilkerson?
Yes. Our next.
Okay, and I just want to, for the record, I want to reiterate that the action items themselves that, on which the board has voted this evening will be posted. I believe that will be tomorrow.
May I have a motion and a second to consider action item 80? This is an item for a contract with Lisa Shambao for interim chief talent officer.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions about this item? Hearing none, Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Ms. Danzy? Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
This brings us to the end of the business for this part of the meeting, and we'll now hear from speakers on general topics. Ms. Rout, please call the speakers.
Yes, thank you again. I will be calling 5 speakers at a time. We ask that you come to the front of the room, and we do have a lot of people yet to speak, so please respect the time prompt, which will continue to be used the way it was before. Dwayne West, Amy Edelstein, Jennifer Barnes, Luigi Borda, and Lorene Carey. Please come to the front. Is Dwayne West here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dwayne West, and I'm an educator at Edward Gideon School. I wanted to talk to the board today about the recent article that they had in the Philadelphia Inquirer about the teacher turnover rate. And what I come to realize is that in my opinion, is a false sense of security. And the reason why I say that, because I've been at my school since 2016. Over that period, 2016, as of this upcoming school year, there's only going to be 3 teachers left from when I very first came. In 2016, 2018, there have been 7 retirements. In September 2016, we had 5 teachers quit within the first 30 days, and 1 even left while they had their students in prep. We just ended our 2nd year when we had no health and PE teacher, and that's detrimental for the class. In 2018, this year, we had our custodial staff requested and was granted their transfers. In 2016, also been a decline in student enrollment. And the reason why I'm saying this is concerning, because although the stats look good over a 10-year span, that span was over a 3-year period that I just explained to you. And based off my military experience, and it's my opinion that this comes from low morale. And when we have low morale, what happens is that it affects the school climate. And in fact, majority of our staff said they will actually come back if the morale changed. So we had our SGS programs and we had everything, but still nothing's working. And we at Gideon, we need some recommendations because we need help. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Amy Edelstein? Amy Edelstein? Jennifer Barnes? Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Hyde and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Barnes. I work in the Transportation Department as a garage operations dispatcher. I want to start by stating the information that I'm going to share may make me a target and could possibly lead to retaliation against me. I'm already experiencing it. Since the departure of our former director, Forrest Tarver, the leadership in our department has been unstable. With that being said, this year has been a rough one. I would like to request a meeting with the board to discuss conducting an investigation into the garage operations payroll methods. Currently, we are being asked to perform payroll practices that go against the SDP payroll handbook, contractual obligations within 32BJ, class and comp protocols, and the overall fiscal responsibility of the district. For example, part-time employees given full-time routes over full-time employees, which causes the district to pay more money, more mandatory overtime and mutiny against the drivers. Lack of driver accountability with the GPS system versus the sign-in sheets. Drivers are compensated for their full bidded hours, even though the GPS shows they were 30 minutes, 45 minutes, or an hour or more late to work. One of our truck drivers that has a report time of 7 a.m. arrived to work around 8 a.m. However, due to doing the director a favor for covering the route, he not only authorized that employee to re-sign in at 6 a.m., he paid that 8-hour employee 11 hours for that day. The children on that route were supposed to arrive at the Widener Memorial School at 8:25. They didn't arrive until 9:58. I am taking this route of reporting this information due to the way documented complaints against my director have been handled within my reporting structure, and the email sent by CFO Yuri Monson on May 7th in regards to policy 828, financial misconduct and dishonesty. Since October of 2018 until this month, I have emailed the COO, Danielle Floyd, the Deputy Chief of Operations, Kelvin Evans, as well as the Deputy Chief of Labor Relations, Kevin Moore. As a result of those emails, Ms. Floyd did set up a meeting with myself, Mr. Evans, Mr. Moore, and Marvin Lee to discuss my complaint against Mr. Mays and the payroll issues. During that meeting, I provided tangible proof that my garage's part-time driver payroll alone was on track to pay out a minimum of $27,000 to drivers who were not actually at work for this fiscal school year alone. At that time, I was told to pay people for time worked. However, that resulted from my However, what resulted from my paying people for time work was my being skipped over multiple times for overtime that rightfully was supposed to go to me, but was offered to a male dispatcher with less seniority. Mr. Mays removed me from doing payroll, and questionable standard operating procedures were put in place. At the end of all of this, the ongoing issues and the children are most affected by the lack of accountability and the mismanagement of resources. Majority of our complaints come from parents inquiring about why the bus has not arrived to pick up their children. When we go to GPS the bus, we can see it's still sitting in the parking lot. But the driver is still going to be compensated as if they were there on time. We get the same calls from SELs, principals, and teachers asking for the whereabouts of bus loads of special needs children. When buses are late to school, it infringes on the children's breakfast time and creates a loss of academic instructional hours. However, that driver is still going to sign in and be compensated as if they were on time for work. Since the beginning of my reporting these issues, my director has allowed the 32 BJ union reps to bully me in his presence. And one of those union reps made a sexually harassing comment about me in front of a member of Transportation's leadership team on the 3rd floor.
I want to thank you for coming forward. The school board, within the last few months, has authorized the establishment of an Office of Inspector General. It is exactly this kind of matter that we want to have investigated by the Office of the Inspector General, and we'll ask for a report back. But I appreciate your coming forward. I appreciate your being willing to speak candidly with the board, and I will make sure that the Inspector General reaches out to you.
Thank you. May I leave a copy of my remarks?
Please do.
Luigi Borda?
Madam President, I just have one question to ask. When you perceive yourself being sexually harassed in front of management, what happened next?
So the comment was made right outside of my director's office in front of a member of the leadership team. So when she said it, that member of the leadership team, she just shook her head and was like, you people in transportation are savages. I asked her at one point for a statement, and she said she didn't want to get involved.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Luigi Borda? Mr. Borda? Okay, Lorene Carey? And as Ms. Carey is coming to the front, I'll ask Mama Gal, Camille Ball, Eileen Posis, Thomas Quinn, and Lisa Aquila to please come to the front of the room.
And before Ms. Carey begins, I want to recognize her long-standing commitment to the kids in Philadelphia and to education in Philadelphia. I don't know if everybody understands, she served on the SRC and during some of its most challenging times, and we appreciate her service, her wonderful contribution to culture in Philadelphia, and congratulations on your new book.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Lorene Carey. I'm a writer. I teach writing at University of Pennsylvania, and I created an online publication called SafeKidsStories.com that came directly from my experience on the SRC. Vote That John is an outgrowth. It is a youth-led, enthusiastic, hardworking pop-up. It's a platform to amplify youth voice and increase youth participation in the 2018 midterm elections. Young folks planned events, a social media campaign, a website. They made videos, including an animated short that was so fun and so smart that the city commissioners linked to it on their website.
I invite you to read and laugh with the blogs, enjoy the Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter feeds. So inspiring. Find the Vote That John song on YouTube and put it on blast. You will run out and register 5 new voters immediately. I promise. Registering to vote is extreme, urgent, ultimate, high stakes. It is grown-ass learning. Like learning to drive a car and date and make money. All kids want these things very much, like they want and deserve a say in who runs our government and writes laws and makes appointments. We've got teachers in our midst who are already registering 90 to 100% of the seniors in their classes. Fine curriculum and experience are right here, and great partners. The Committee of 70s Youth Outreach got students so hyped that several of them went out not only to vote, but to monitor the polls. I mean, score one for democracy. Other gold standard groups in schools now can definitely scale up. Inspire US, Rock the Vote, Just Act Theater, there are lots of them. The City Commissioner's Office wants to bring 17-year-olds into polls, even before they can vote, as poll workers. Talk about project learning. Each generation is called on to improve, and sometimes, God help us, even to save the world. Our young people's challenges rival any in recent memory. The greatest generation who fought the Nazis, the civil rights generation, champions. Rivals them because our kids must rescue our planet and strengthen the systems by which we govern ourselves. Schools make room for what matters to us, from saluting the flag to the old weekly nickel bank deposits to Halloween parades. Voter registration in schools says that voting matters. It's like vaccination. It's like vaccination, which can vaccinate our children against the apathy that sickens the body politic. It won't be hard. Let's do it.
Mama Gail.
Greetings. I have some guests with me tonight. A couple are from the United Nations, and we have Princess Amina. We have, these are 2 ladies from non-government organizations at the UN, and we have Bishop Juanita. And we have a man here from Seattle, Washington, who is Norman Alston, who is a math teacher. And I say someone to teach children, or to teach teachers how to teach children. He's going to be at Penrose School tomorrow and Saturday, tomorrow 4 to 6, and 9 to 11 a.m. on Saturday. I wanted to talk about global leadership, but I wanted to get that in because folks came far to be here. He's coming at his own expense. When you love children and you know the power of learning, you do stuff for free when you can. I wanted to talk real quick about global leadership because I know that they're looking to expand, and that's really important. And I talked a couple weeks ago, I believe, about Huey School, where the students went and what they went through, and I didn't give you a smidgen of the suffering that those children went through. And to see the children now, a couple of years later, and what's happening with them and their lives, I'm just asking for the expansion. I'm asking to continue what started, because what happened to them for year after year after year, they need to keep on the track that they're on. So I'm asking for an extension or expansion for global leadership. The other thing I want to talk about real quick is the end of the year and how our children suffer at the end of the year. And I want you to look into this, because there are things that are done to our children when it comes to moving up days, when it comes to graduation, when it comes to class trips. I've been talking about this for probably 15 to 20 years. People have no idea how people are trying to break our children at the end of the year. Please look into it. Look across the board at the schools in Philadelphia, the ones that are not doing really well, and look at what's happening to the children. Parents are calling out, crying out, and our children are leaving these schools feeling so hurt and broken that I pray that we can repair them. As I keep saying to you all, what happens in these buildings spill into the street. Let's stop it. Thank you. Blessings.
Our next speaker is Camille Ball, Eileen Poses, Thomas Quinn, Lisa Aquila, Pamela Williams. Is Camille Ball here? Then Ms. Poses.
Based upon a recent meeting that I attended at the last Student Achievement Committee meeting, there appears to be an interest in transition programs for special education students. While working as a special education teacher at Olney High in the late 1980s, I had the benefit of witnessing an exemplary program that I thought then should have been replicated, but it is still in existence today. For 44 years, the Ancillary Hospital Services Program has been preparing special education students for meaningful employment after graduation. The students perform community service in a variety of vocational training stations tailored to each student's levels. For example, food preparation, filing, mailing, transportation, care of linens, etc., at the Einstein Medical Center Philadelphia campus. The highly structured environment helps students become productive community members and has even led to employment upon graduation. Academic skills are driven by students' IEPs, but speaking and writing skills are emphasized, as well as an understanding of personal finance. Students work with adult role models and receive continuous feedback and encouragement. The program works with approximately 18 students a year, and next year students will be pulled from Lincoln, King, Widener, Kensington, Pickett, Greentree, Olney High Schools. The program began in 1975 at Olney High School with special education teacher Mark Spiller, a Rose Lindenbaum winner, who is still involved in this program and has a wealth of knowledge to share should this program be expanded to other settings. Why not take advantage of a program that has been successful for so many years in providing job skills, job training, and in many cases, long-term employment for special education students? I have a packet for everyone. Also, there's a video, and you can listen to students from the past 2 years. And as I usually do, after seeing the same rejected charters reapply with almost the same applications, I just want to say, jump down, turn around, pick another charter school. Jump down, turn around, Tacconi's here again. Jump down, turn around, expand another charter school. Jump down, turn around, string theories. Tries again, oh lordy, as they say. I have packets for the high school program.
Our next speaker is Thomas Quinn, Mr. Quinn.
Good evening, board members. My name's Thomas Quinn, and I'm a high school civics teacher, member of the Caucus of Working Educators of the PFT, and an organizer of the Philly Youth Vote campaign. I'm speaking today to ask the school district to adopt a policy to require every high school to teach students how to register to vote and to provide the opportunity to register on campus. Students take civics in 12th grade because we believe they are capable and need to learn about government, politics, and economics before entering the adult world. They're able to consume media, form opinions. The 26th Amendment gave 18-year-olds the constitutional right to vote in 1971, but there's still a missing piece in our classrooms. Voting is an authentic practice of what students learn, but we often don't extend the electoral franchise to our students. We need to do more than just teach textbook civics. We need to practice civic engagement skills and build students' political efficacy if we ever hope to see change in Philly communities and schools. When young people have a voice, people listen. When they vote, politicians listen, if they want to get reelected. For the past year, I've been helping the Philly Youth Vote campaign, a nonpartisan grassroots group of teachers, students, and organizations that aim to get every eligible student registered and to the polls on Election Day. All told, this is over 12,000 students each year in district schools, so it takes a lot of coordination and hard work. I'm not alone. We're organizing 46 high schools, downloading student data by birth date to target those who are eligible, and coordinating with nonpartisan organizations such as Vote That John, Viet Lead, Inspire US, the League of Women Voters, Committee of 70, CMAC, and the City Commissioner's Office. These groups are training teams of students to get their peers on board with voting. But students don't stop at voter registration. They ask their friends what issues are important to them and engage them in conversations about how voting impacts what they care about. That's the big lesson here, and that's what compels them to show up to the polls. You heard from some of them earlier tonight. They care. Our work is paying off. In last November's election, 18-year-olds in Philly voted at a rate 157% higher than they did 4 years ago. This was the highest jump among any age group in the city, and 4 Philly schools won the Pennsylvania Governor's Civic Engagement Award. But we don't just want to see a spike in voter turnout, we need a sustained program of student voter engagement. We'd like a school district policy that establishes voter registration and civic engagement as essential skills in every student's transition to adulthood. And we must teach and provide access to register to vote in every high school. This should be the responsibility of every civics teacher, regardless of what part of the state or country we're in. Learning to vote in our democracy is inherently nonpartisan, and we need the district to have our backs as educators doing this critical work. Thank you.
Mr. Quinn, Mr. Quinn, did you leave a copy of your testimony? Okay.
I think Lisa is here. So.
All right. Pamela, okay. I'm going to call the next group up just to be ready, please. Pamela Williams, Cecilia Thompson, Tasha Holmes, Crystal McKinney, and Edith Schmelzer.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Aquila, and since its inception, I've been a proud member of Disability Equality in Education and a longtime advocate of the independent living philosophy. One of the hardest tasks is to be given 3 minutes to talk about something that you're very passionate about, something that's important to everyone, especially when the topic you are speaking about is the fact that not enough people are speaking about it in the first place. The topic I speak of is disability awareness and disability history. Let me give you an example. I found that whenever you search an image for the signing of the ADA, the American Disabilities Act, you will see President Bush seated next to a man in a wheelchair wearing a cowboy hat. Can anyone here tell me that man's name? He is the reason the ADA became a reality. In fact, he is referred to as the father of the ADA. He is in every picture of the signing of the ADA. Just Google it. His name is Justin Dart, Jr. And did you know that his wheelchair is in the National Constitution Center right here in our city? I'd like to share with you one of Justin Dart's favorite quotes by Dr. Martin Luther King. He said, "An injustice anywhere affects justice everywhere." Therefore, I feel it would be a true injustice if any of our children never had the chance to learn about him and the contributions of his peers. People like Ed Roberts, Wade Blank, Judy Heumann, a teacher herself, and so many others involved in the rich history of disability rights movement. For their stories can only enlighten and motivate students, disabled and non-disabled, to become all they can be in life. So I firmly believe that it would be a disservice to both students and teachers of Philadelphia if they did not take advantage of all the resources and opportunities offered through disability equality in education programs. It's a free resource funded by a grant to dispel negative attitudes everywhere. The promise of disability equality in education is one that will empower youth with the knowledge that equality is a human right. And that, my friends, is something we can't learn enough about.
Pamela Williams. Cecilia Thompson.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to condense my testimony. I want to talk about alternative ESY, the brief history. In October 2014, Public Interest Law Center began a lawsuit against the district in reforming the current ESY practice, which is 3 days, usually Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, about 6 weeks from 8:30 to 1. And in January 31st, 2017, there was an agreement entered in, and we have alternative ESY. I will send this in after I'm done, so anybody willing can look at the link and read all of what was in the agreement. But the one thing I'm concerned about is the communication between families. Some of us who are involved know about it, but many families do not know about alternative ESY. As I was sitting back, I didn't see anything in writing in terms of, or is it the families and the teachers that come up with the program? I rarely go by hearsay, but I heard from one of the directors that the families have to seek and find the program and bring it to the district, and then the district approves it. But again, there's nothing in writing on how a family is to look for. Many families, if they can't find anything, or if you aren't in a school where you're a true partner with your IEP team, families are subjected to the 3-day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday program. My son has participated, and really by the time the buses get there and they get off the bus and they eat breakfast, they're really spending about maybe 2 hours on any type of instruction, and then they have lunch, and then is get ready to get on the bus and get back home, or wherever they're going to go at 1 o'clock. So I'm bringing this to the board because I really think there needs to be a policy so that future, people in this position is real clear on this is ESY. I've been to the 2 mandatory workshops that the district does. They spend 45 minutes on ESY and do the 2 to 3 sentence requirement that they have to say about alternative ESY, but when you ask, can you give some suggestions? Well, it's really vague and evasive, and we want people to think outside the box. Well, everybody can't think outside the box, either educators or families. So if you have some suggestions, that would be helpful. And I will also
Is Tasha Holmes here?
Hello, everyone. I am a parent of my son Tajay. He's the 10th grade. He goes to Tech Fury Charter School. I am here on the behalf of my son's school because I feel like education is a privilege and is important for my son. Just give you a brief statement. Tajay was in 9th grade at Northeast High School, very low score, behavior, was acting up. He just wasn't doing things accordingly to my standards. I then found out about Tech Ferry Charter School. I enrolled my son into the charter school. And once my son attended the charter school, the school found a way to help my son with his challenges, to overcome his fear in attending Tech Ferry Charter School. My son engaged more in class and more in work to become a better student. My experience of the school has been overwhelming positive. The education that provided to my son over the 2 years has been excellent. Just going over different reviews of Ferry Tech Charter School against all new high schools, Tech Ferry provincially rate first in student growth and first on district SPR. Let me say that again. When excluding magnet schools, Tech Ferry students outperform all other high schools in North Philadelphia within 2 miles radius on SPR, except for the one that is a 15-year-old and that others that are 92-year-old. The students also outperform Story Mansion on the SPR by 5 times. Tech 2018 School Performance Profile, SPP, school of 66.7 exceeds the district average of 54.8. The Philadelphia Charter School average of 57.8 and placed Tech in the top 25% of all charter schools statewide. The graduation rate tracking higher than school district average by several percentage points as well. Speaking as the side of Tech Ferry Charter School, I have 4 nieces that graduated from Ferry Charter School who just graduated with degrees from Clark, Atlanta. So to me, a 5-year renewal program for my son to attend this school, I think that is excellent. I'm just speaking on behalf of them. And I just believe that charter schools are public school of choice, meaning that the family choose them for their children. Thank you.
Crystal McKinney. Edith Schmelzer.
Good evening, Dr. Height, board members. Here I am once again. I don't know if you recall seeing me. They tell me that I am always known, so possibly you recall my being here early in the school year when I came in regard to my granddaughter, who is a staff member. She teaches at the Benjamin E. Comedy School, kindergarten, and it's wonderful. I love seeing her there, and I think she's doing a tremendous job despite the fact that she has an enormous amount of students to deal with. We talked about that before. Nothing has happened in that situation, so I won't elaborate there. But I'm here in regard to the behavior of these kindergarten children without her having any assistance within the class structure. It makes it very difficult when you have one who is totally disruptive. I think she spoke about him when she spoke herself about the activity that this child was doing. I have the ability to, or I should say, I am capable of being there sometimes in the afternoon because Janine has a son in the preschool of the school district. So many times I pick him up, and in my seniority, it's a lot. So then we go from there to her school, which is convenient. And so I'm there sometimes just prior to dismissal. And, she's not a very boisterous individual, but she is asking this child to, very calmly not do this. I've seen him throw chairs. And she said when she calls to get some assistance, nobody comes. So there should be some sort of policy or some sort of something that can be put into policy to aid the teacher, especially in these early formative years. Aid them, in helping her with that particular situation. And that is why I'm here. So I thank you from the first time, and I thank you again, and I possibly will be another time. Good evening.
Are you Crystal McKinney? Okay, thank you. We went out of order, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Dr. Height and board members. I come before you as a proud mother and educator of Global Academies. My oldest son has been attending Global Leadership Academy Southwest for almost 4 years. After giving a traditional public school, cyber homeschooling, and private school a try, I found out that what I thought would work for my son was actually becoming a detriment to his emotional, mental, and academic advancement and growth. I heard nothing but amazing things about Global Leadership Academy and made 2 admission attempts prior to my son's acceptance to Global Leadership Academy Southwest. The day I received that email was the day things changed for my son and I forever. 3 years later, my son is an academically successful, well-rounded, self-assured, and resilient 6th grade collegiate scholar who takes pride not only in himself and his capabilities, but his school, peers, and educators. He is surrounded by people who genuinely love, guide, and respect him. He gets the challenge and push that he needs to thrive, be a leader, and a problem solver. He takes his academics seriously, is not afraid to ask for help, and is eager to help his peers when needed. I've seen his growth not only academically, but socially and emotionally. He's an individual and independent thinker. His character is being molded into something that only reflects the embodiment of his school environment, and that is greatness. My son is growing from a young boy to a young man, and GLA has been an unremarkable contribution to that. He has a plethora of positive male educators who he looks up to, who inspire and motivate him. He's had opportunities at Global Academies that he would not have had the chance to partake in had he not been at GLA. He is a part of the media team Swag 3, a drummer in our drill team, and has recently become a global traveler attending the Civil Rights Excursion in April. He has created computer applications, learned coding, has been introduced to different instruments, been in a school production, and in the Belmont Mansion docent program. This is a glimpse of what Global Academies offers our future leaders. I have had the opportunity of being an instructional assistant for the past 2 years and have seen firsthand the transformation of our children who walk through our doors. We are an integral part of their village. This is not just a job to us. This is our lifestyle. Who we are as an organization is reflected in and through our scholars. I've traveled with our current 8th graders this month to Canada for our underground rural excursion. That experience not only impacted my life, but everyone's life who attended. What we have instilled in our scholars from our sites are indoctrinated in their minds. The way they think, move, and are is different. They have an internal fire within that is burning. They are ready. They are willing. They are able. And we want this high school for them to continue lighting that fire. They want it. They spoke about it. They sat in the chambers at City Hall to get this. They marched on Broad Street in the rain to get this. They deserve the best, and that's what we're trying to give them. It's almost June. The scholars are asking. The parents are asking. They say they want to stay with us. They want to grow with us. They ask, when are we getting our high school? Now I'm asking you, not only as a staff member, but a parent, where is my child going to go when he graduates? Thank you.
I'm going to call the next 5 people: Vincent Cobb, Wendy Gines, Eileen Duffy, Barbara Dowdall, and Milvin Prince Jonathan. Is Vincent Cobb here? Wendy Gines? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of my granddaughter, Lana Johnson, who goes to Tech Fieri High School. I'm not going to really repeat what Ms. Tasha said because let me just say right here, I am totally disgusted. I sat here and listened to all these people talking about the charter schools that were underachieving, but you are putting Tech Fieri through all of this, and it's an excellent school, like Ms. Tasha said. They're ranked high in just about every category. The first time I was here, it was Orton Reed. Then I sat here and listened to Belmont, St. Vincent's, and whatever other charter schools that was mentioned that was underachieving. Tech Fieri is overachieving. They are a great school. They have great teachers. They have great kids. They have music programs, drama programs. They have all kinds of tech programs. They have everything a child would need that the public school system, in my opinion, does not have. I'm a crossing guard, so I have 3 schools that I cross: Morton, Bartram, and Tilton. And I see what these kids do, and it's not a very good thing. I've been on at my corner for 20 years. And when my granddaughter got in Tech Fieri, it was just like a whole new world opened up for her and myself. And I hope and pray that you will give this school, this beautiful, beautiful school, the 5-year renewal that they deserve. Because some of these schools that they were talking about, I can see right now, they don't deserve nothing. But I hope you give Tech Fieri the 5-year renewal. And one more thing. I'd like to know if any of you have any representative on the board of charter schools. Because I actually believe, in my opinion, that you need at least 2 people that represent the charter schools. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Eileen Duffy.
Oh, and she also went to Global Leadership Academy before she went to Tech. That's right.
Eileen Duffy.
Good evening. I've addressed this board several times about immunizations amidst outbreaks of immunization preventable disease. I have exhausted every avenue to communicate the need for a clear policy which this district is willing to enforce. Yet, in response to my appeal to the policy committee on May 16th, Karen Lynch, the chief of student supports, created a parent letter without the knowledge of our own school health department, disregarding the policies of the health department, the Pennsylvania school health laws. Her newest letter states that students can be prevented, not will be prevented from attending school without immunizations. This bypassing of established communication channels has resulted in yet another debacle of leadership, sure to cripple the efforts of the school nurses to improve immunization compliance in September. Principals, not Ms. Lynch, are legally required to ensure their students' parents comply with immunization law. They can be fined $200 a day for each day for every student who is non-compliant. Principals deserve to receive information that is vetted by persons with appropriate medical authority. No doubt when they were asked to distribute an immunization letter, they assumed it had been cleared by school health, yet it hadn't. In a healthy organization, respect is given to those whose authority rests in their credentials. Hence, as a school nurse, I don't get to walk in a classroom and pose as a calculus teacher. I am asking this board, each and every one of you, to exercise your oversight responsibility to require medical and nursing experts at 440 to have the last say on issues in which they alone are trained. This request doesn't cost a dime. It will have the effect of having accountability to the health of our students placed with the appropriate school professionals, and it will result in better immunization rates to protect our students. I remind each of you on this board, if you do nothing in response to my concerns, just what rationale do you plan to give to a parent whose child dies as a result of an immunization preventable disease? The views I am expressing are my own. Let the record be clear that no one should suffer retribution for my testimony. I thank you.
I have some concerns about what was just presented, and I would like to get more information on what the process was in regard to that letter, and how it was drafted, and what the input of the nurses was. Because if we have a nursing staff and a medical director, I would think that we should be utilizing that expertise. Otherwise, why have them?
Yes, and so Ms. Duffy, first of all, thank you for your testimony, and thank you for having 100% of your students immunized as well at your school, indeed. So we actually wanted to provide clarification for how we would implement the policy that is in place for children who are not immunized, and we have actually put as a responsibility of principals to make the principals actually are the ones, because they're held accountable, who ultimately exclude. We actually worked with the medical director of the city to actually put together some guidelines for how we communicate this to schools. Who was involved in the actual drafting of the letter, I will ask Karen Lynch to come up and talk about who was a part of the process for drafting the letter.
Just while you're arriving, Ms. Lynch, I guess as a board member and a former superintendent, I think it's up to you how things get drafted and how things get developed. The charge from the board policy committee was, we have a policy. The policy is consistent with what we understand the law to be in Pennsylvania, what we understand the health department in Philadelphia to endorse. And so when it came up as a policy committee item, we're like, we don't see a need to change the policy. And from there, it's to you and your team. So, I realize there's a question you're trying to answer, but as far as like how the letter got written, that to me is not necessarily what the board needs to do.
No, I appreciate the point. I do think that we spent a lot of time, and I made a guarantee to the board that we would be following the policy as written. That was our intention in sending out clarification for how that was done. To your point, Dr. McGinley, we were asked a question, so I want someone to provide an answer. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Haidt. For the record, Karen Lynch, Chief Student Support Services. I believe the letter that Nurse Duffy is talking about that went to principals that was distributed, that principals were asked to distribute to their nurses. That letter was not prepared by me. That letter was prepared by the nursing services team here in central office, and with input from the health department.
No, it was not.
So we were asked a question, and we provided the answer. Ms. Duffy, I'm sorry you don't agree, but we did provide the answer. Yeah.
I stand by everything I said, and I will continue the conversation elsewhere. I wouldn't waste that one up.
Thank you.
Dr. Haidt, question I want to ask, did you say it is then the principal will be the one who will decide what policy they would implement?
No. The policy is clear in terms of what should happen. Nurses would bring, my reading of the letter, the nurses would bring that information to the principal. We would have clarification about who has what immunizations and who does not have those, and then who should be excluded. Once that's done, it's the actual principal who then says, yes, that child will be excluded, and communicates that to the principal. But the nurses actually send the information to the principal so that the principal can make that
And
decision.
the principal will be one to exact it according to the letter of the policy.
So how will that be made clear to parents if it's not stated clearly in the letter?
So I believe the nurses actually, well, Karen, go ahead.
The word exclusion is used nowhere, and that's the big elephant in the room. The word exclusion is not shared with any parent in this district, and it's very important in
Ms. Lynch, can you answer the question, please? Thanks.
The question, Dr. Height, was
No. The question was from Dr. McCogan in terms of how
Clarity.
How do parents understand that children could be excluded without the immunization?
the letter that was sent to parents indicated the outstanding vaccinations that they have not received. Those letters are being prepared. The letter was prepared, and it's each letter is to be finalized by the school nurse, and it indicates to the family what's required and what they have to do to become compliant, and what will happen if they're not.
What will happen?
I don't have the letter in front of me, but it speaks to the fact that they will.
Can we allow, Ms. Duffy, we've already heard from you, and we appreciate your comments, but can you allow us to answer the question? Thanks.
Can I ask a clarification question? So I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. Principals are, it's a mandate, right? So the policy is a mandate that there will be exclusion if, or principals are allowed to interpret how they will enforce that?
The policy speaks to establishing a plan, informing parents, ensuring that families know exactly what the requirements are for immunization. The policy has many provisions, including the fact that actually included in the policy is the opportunity for the superintendent to make exceptions. And the
No, you're wrong about that. Now, I really didn't want to start this debate, but the policy says that children who do not have immunization, unless there's a medical reason or some religious reason, that they shall be excluded from school. And you're twisting the policy around, and there's no language in that policy that allows the superintendent to make that exception. And we've reviewed this in other forums, and if you're going to continue to say that, then I'm going to confront the fact that that's not true.
It would seem to me that this is a matter that maybe would be further addressed in committee so that there could be a deeper dive on the status of immunizations.
We had this conversation.
Another opportunity.
It's not about the policy, but it's about the implementation of the policy.
And what the point of communicating the letter that we sent to principals was to make sure it was clear that we have a policy in place, and if in fact individuals are not meeting the requirements of the policy, then we would not allow those individuals to come to school. And that was the intent of sending the letters that we sent out to principals. Principals were to communicate that with their nurses, but it was also to communicate a process for ensuring that we knew exactly what children had what immunizations, because that was also really important, because some children have some immunizations for certain things, or 3 of the 4 required for something else. But it was to ensure, number one, do we have all of the information? And based on that information, can we make a decision that informs a parent that if their child does not have the proper documentation of the immunizations, then they would not be allowed to come to school?
That's exactly right. The letter essentially said you are the school leader. You are to be involved in this process. To not be involved and to not know exactly which students are immunized and which are not compliant. It's essential for you to have this information, and it's essential for you to take action to ensure that students are in fact vaccinated, and if they're not, then for them to be excluded from attending school. So one of the things that we did with that letter, we sent a copy of Policy 203 so that principals were most informed about what the requirements are, and we told them that the letters to each parent that has a child that's not compliant has to move forward. We have been I personally have talked with nurses as recently as 2 hours ago regarding how to send the letter, what to do, and answering their questions. One of the things I've asked the team to do is to establish a frequently asked questions list to make certain that that's available for nurses so that they know exactly what they're supposed to do. We have had constant consultation with the health officer regarding what does compliance and non-compliance mean. One of the things that we have found out that's really important, this is not something that was not known, but it's important for our nurses to be very, very clear about, and that is that equally important to whether or not the child has actually had the vaccination, it's important to know the timing in between vaccinations. And if it's not consistent with what the requirements are, then that child too is not going to be compliant, and boosters or additional vaccinations are required. I personally have learned a lot in this process, and I think that principals are going to learn a lot, and I think they're going to take responsibility within their schools for what has to happen. Starting actually at the end of June, when several of our alternative schools start.
The only thing we need is to enforce the law to allow for exclusion. That's the only thing we need from you. Thank you. I have nothing else to say.
We have met with the health officer.
Thank you.
Do we have a copy of the letter?
That's what I was going to ask for. Could we have a copy of all the letters?
We will.
Yeah.
We will make that available to board members. Thank you. Next speaker.
Barbara Dowdall, please.
I think this is under 2. My topic is honoring the 40,000. 40,000 what? Actually, 40,000 who? 40,000 Philadelphia residents who signed petitions urging City Council to put a question on the November 2014 ballot asking voters if they support abolishing the SRC and returning schools to local control. Voters had to wait until the following spring, but the non-binding measure passed overwhelmingly. And the combined fortuitous SRC appointments by Governor Wolf and Mayor Kenney brought us the long-sought-after SRC self-abolishment and return to local control in 2018. I speak here today as both a signer and signature solicitor for some of those 40,000 voices, and as one of the voters who ratified the effort. We sought not just to change the names and numbers of the governing body, but the policies and procedures, the dedication and philosophy that would affirm our public schools and their communities. We sought a board and administrators who would strengthen, not undermine, our long under-resourced schools. Instead of looking at once again moving deck chairs like grade configurations and envisioning shrinking, not growing the district at a projected jaw-dropping expense, we need to upgrade and build, fully resource our schools and support our staff, hand the Boston Consulting Group back its organization chart, and restore our geographical neighborhood districts so we can see where the gaps are and fill them in. Be the believers in our traditional public schools. Vow to never again cut out the public school heart of a community, as has been done in Germantown. We acknowledge and appreciate the friendlier atmosphere here at 440. We welcome the opportunities provided for more input, though a bit exhausting to keep up, at committee meetings. We look with hope to more displays of courage as when you dared to decline several charter applications, and with appreciation for the caring you demonstrated for the gains made with community support at Mifflin. Other actions, however, too many without public attendance or participation, are troubling. The just this week promulgated plan for a massive reworking of the district with possibilities of more closures bring back painful memories of the high cost, both financial and emotional, experimentation conducted by various SRC regimes. Will this long sought after Philadelphia's very own Board of Education represent a distinction without a difference, or prove to be the manifestation of local control with full and authentic community involvement that the 40,000 and more yearned for? Thank you. And I just mentioned June 12th in Harrisburg.
Melvin Prince Jonathan. And the next group of speakers, Tiffany Nguyen, Marco Perazzo, Kimberly Washington, Maria Martinez Hernandez, and Janine Fennell.
Good evening. Tiffany DeWin, first grade, parent of a first grader at Nebinger Elementary. I am here on behalf of the Nebinger school community to discuss the overcrowding at Meredith Elementary and the negative implications if Nebinger is forced to prioritize Meredith's kindergarten overflow above the needs of our own students. Nebinger has borne the brunt of Meredith's overcrowding problem for several years, and now we are seeing negative impacts on our community. This includes potentially harming our amazing art and music program and cutting off access to our school for underrepresented communities in our catchment. This is not new. Meredith initiated a kindergarten lottery in September of 2017. Since then, the district has taken no steps to assess if this is a continuing problem. Now Nebinger, who the district has designated as an overflow solution, may be asked to sacrifice valuable learning space from our economically and racially diverse student body. Currently, 23 Meredith kindergartners have enrolled at Nebinger for September 2019. The addition of Meredith's overflow has pushed Nebinger's kindergarten class close to 90. We anticipate 20 more from in-catchment will register between now and September. This means our registration is certain to go above 90, and Nebinger could be forced to create a fourth kindergarten class. This would involve sacrificing space from our art, music, and library classrooms. Losing space from these programs to make room for an additional kindergarten class comprised mainly of Meredith lottery students is fundamentally unfair. Our music and art teachers have worked tirelessly getting grants and raising money to create incredible learning spaces. Our music room has instruments where children who would otherwise not have the opportunity to learn an instrument learn how to play the keyboard, violin, guitar, and drums. The work created in our art room brings life to our entire school building. It is impossible for such instruction and experience to be placed on a cart. It is also unfair to Nebinger's children in AS and LS classrooms to have this space beneficial to their learning experience taken away. It is unjust that one small school is being asked to bear this entire burden and sacrifice things such as music, art, and library while Meredith has been able to maintain those things. It's been our understanding that Meredith has dedicated classrooms for music, art, and library. It may have more available space to be converted to classrooms if the district were to conduct a full building audit. The overflow of Meredith would result in families who have the right to be at Nebinger be displaced by Meredith families. These displaced families include in-catchment families who could be turned away for kindergarten if they don't register in time, out-of-catchment siblings of families who are fully invested in the Nebinger community, and children of staff and teachers who work tirelessly at Nebinger. We ask that you review Meredith's space, including those classrooms designated for the arts, and convert such space into new space to hold their own kindergarten students. We ask you to reassign some or all of Meredith's overflow students to other schools that have space so that this burden is not placed entirely on Nebinger. Do not force Nebinger Elementary to be the sole solution to the Meredith overcapacity problem.
Marco Perazzo.
All right. Oh, okay, beautiful. It's a tough act to follow, but I'll do my best. I'm a parent at Nebinger. My son Alberto goes there. He's in the autistic support classes. And it is important to me, my family, to his sister, to his little brother, that he has the opportunities to approach school like every other child does. One of the best stories I could have about Alberto is who his favorite teacher is, and it's his music teacher, Mr. Dahlberg, right? And Mr. Dahlberg has made accommodations for Alberto to have him participate in all kinds of events at school. He was leading the kids with drumming at the last music event. And when I go to pick him up, first place he wants to go, and the first person he wants to see is Mr. Dahlberg in Mr. Dahlberg's room. And my fear is that Mr. Dahlberg no longer has a room and Alberto doesn't have a space to go see his favorite teacher. Also, when Alberto goes to class, when he goes to music, art, or the library, it gives him opportunities to interact, learn, model with other children that he needs to interact, learn, and model with, right? His neurotypical peers. So we want to make sure that he has those opportunities, that he's able to go to music class, not on a cart, that he's able to see his favorite teacher in the classroom that he's had such good experiences in, but also interact with other kids in a neutral space to see, hey, how do I approach this? What are the other kids doing, right? Because if it's on a cart, it'd be very difficult for him to do those things. I mean, we just want to make sure that it's fair for all of our kids, and in his case, since he can't advocate for himself, I'm here advocating for all of our kids with special needs, that we don't lose space for the programs that make Nebinger such a special school on top of academics. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I say something?
Dr. Height?
Yeah, before we get to the next speaker, I want to address something, and I think that it's really important. And I appreciate all of the emails. Thank you. And I know all of the board members, and Councilman Squilla has them as well. So thank you. But one of the things, though, that has happened is that, and I don't know where this all started, but you're not losing your art and music class. I mean, I just want to make sure that that's on the record. You are not losing, you're not losing your art classroom or your music classroom. Okay? So, and that's on the record. Now, Nebinger continues to grow, like the Nebinger population, not the Meredith students who are over, but the Nebinger population. That's part of why we're trying to do the comprehensive plan review to look at issues like that, to plan both for the short term and the long term. But I just want to make sure that all of you came this evening, you're not losing your art classroom or your music classroom.
How about our library?
To my understanding, you're not losing your library either. Right, so, right.
But the registration of incoming kindergartners can lead to kind of overcrowding the classrooms, like 30 kids.
Right. So even with the kindergartners that you get, the overflow kindergartners, and I've verified this, that they are not taking classrooms from another school that are used for something else. They're taking unused classrooms at that school. I'll make sure I verify it again, but I verified that before I made this statement.
Thank you. We're not going to debate it back and forth here.
I just wanted to put that out there so that, because I know there's been a lot of misinformation floating around on this, and I just wanted to get a statement out that I hope was clear. Yeah. Thanks.
You want to call the next speaker, please?
Kimberly Washington.
Good evening.
Can I just ask one question to Dr. Height prior to you starting?
I'm not being
so
on, but
I just
have
want to
be home.
clarify, because I think one question was answered, but maybe not the other part. So let's say that there are late enrollments, and there are, they expect at 90 and they have 120. Or do we just then have really large kindergarten classrooms, which is a different problem, or how do we manage that then?
No, we don't continue to. Well, we'll send the kindergartners to other places. We don't keep, and we want all of the children who register for kindergarten, but we're not able to support all of the children in kindergarten, and so some who may have kindergarten age children, but we already have utilized all of the spaces, don't have access to kindergarten.
But does that mean so Meredith goes to Nebinger and Nebinger goes somewhere else?
No.
Okay.
No. So, right. No.
Can I just add one more clarification for this, because I'm sure it's going to, is the autistic support and learning support classrooms as well. Was that what you were bringing up, the LS and AS classrooms? Is that what you're referring to? The autistic support classrooms and learning support classrooms are being used?
Making sure that the kids that need those social interactions with neurotypical peers get them by going to specials.
Okay.
I want to cut off the specific kindergarten conversation. I think that we know that we have to do a better job planning prospectively and managing the enrollment process going on in the schools. And I think that, to the extent the board needs to dig into it deeper, the committee, the academic committee needs to dig into it, because it's a problem. We know it's a problem, and we've got to work with the superintendent to make sure we have a handle on it.
And I want to just add one more piece so hopefully this will not create more confusion, but
if it does, it'll be elsewhere at another time.
Okay. But I did make a clarification that as Nebinger's population continues to increase, as it's done over the years with individuals who live in the Nebinger catchment, it's one reason why we're doing the comprehensive review, because if that continues, we will have to think of different ways to utilize the space at Nebinger for the Nebinger community. It's not because there are other children coming from a different community that are taking those spaces.
Please proceed with your testimony.
Okay, I'm not going to get interrupted. Okay. Good evening. My name is Kimberly Washington. I'm committee of 213 Second Ward, and I also work very closely with Marksville, as you know. Okay. I have been a student at Nebinger when I was in elementary. I'm 51 years old now, but I'm just going to read a little bit, and then I'm going to paraphrase from there. I want to talk about how the children in the courtyard, which is Riverview Courtyard, in our community are being affected by these issues. Now, the reason why I say that, of being affected, we have a school, George Washington Bear, that's right there on 6th and Federal. When I was a child, my other 3 siblings was children, that's the school we went to. Okay, probably about, I'm gonna give it 5 years ago, when they transferred Vere from Ornaments and turned George Washington into Vere, they took our children that lived in Riverview Courtyard, and they said that they couldn't go there. It's out of their zone. So at first I didn't understand why. I know they was downsizing a lot of schools, but when they downsized, they took our children out of George Washington and put all the children over to Nebinger. Meredith wouldn't accept them, McCall wouldn't accept them. Also, as I know for a fact, with my children coming up, when I tried to get my daughter into Meredith with a talent of singing, they would not accept my child in their community. So that made me put my child in private school and pay special for settlement other activities where she should have been receiving it as an education along with her schooling. Now, I'm asking y'all as the board to go back and let's review the George Washington Beer School, and let's review the Nebinger. Let's see how many children from Riverview Courtyard has been pushed into Nebinger. Even when they go to George Washington Beer for kindergarten, they do not let them stay there and continue the 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade. They makes them take them kids from kindergarten from Beer and push them over Nebinger. So that is really what's causing the crowd and expanding of the classes. Thank you.
Call the next one.
Maria
May I
Martinez
just, I'm
Hernandez.
sorry, I know that we have to move on and it's late, but I just pulled it, on the school report, it says that 55% of the students in Nebinger are coming from out of catchment.
This is.
That's a bigger, okay, I'm backing off.
We have a profound problem with catchment, enrollment, transfers, and that's why we are doing the work to try to figure this out, realign resources, because it's a big mess.
Go ahead.
Hola. I'm actually Heather Morrison. I'm the president of the Nebinger PTA, and I'm reading the translation of Maria's remarks. She was here earlier, but she had to run back to work, so you have me. I will continue as her. I, Maria Martinez Hernandez, want you to know we are very worried and sad that for reasons beyond Nebinger's control, there is a real possibility that art, music, and library spaces could be eliminated. It is fundamentally unfair that Nebinger and his students must bear the burden of overcrowding problems from another school. My son has told me that the library encourages reading. How is it fair to my son and other students that space could disappear due to decisions made by the school district? Children are flourishing in Nebinger's art and music programs. Ms. Grace and Mr. D, our art and music teachers, have worked hard to create a safe space that encourages learning. It is fundamentally unfair, and we do not agree with these potential changes. The art and music program in the school are thriving. Do not make decisions that would harm these programs and harm Nebinger students. There's no communication with parents who do not speak English about the process for registering for kindergarten. There's no communication with parents who do not speak English about what to do if there's no room for our children in Nebinger, our neighborhood school. Are we to send our children to a school that is outside of our neighborhood because the school district has decided that Nebinger must enroll Meredith students? Will the district turn our children away because kindergarten is not required in the state? I know firsthand that kindergarten is important for ESOL students to begin learning the English language. Both of my children, Luis and Soledad, have benefited from attending kindergarten and participating in this program. I ask that the School District of Philadelphia hears my concerns and comes to a solution that no longer affects Nebinger School. Punto.
Janine Fennell. Okay, the next speakers are Mengistu Coiler, Shoshana Six, and Irene Cho. Are you Janine Fennell?
Fennell.
Fennell, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janine Fennell. I'm here to speak once again about the behaviors within the classroom. I'm going to start with something that I wrote in the comment section when filling out the teacher survey. And on here I wrote, in order to provide teachers with an ideal workplace, the district must immediately stop dumping more than 25 students in one classroom. I had a class of 33 kindergartners for the majority part of the year. Those numbers are insane. And it also shows that these students really are not valued. I had the year from hell, excuse my language. I have been slapped in the face. The slap left an imprint on my face for half of the school day. I also had my finger badly sprained from a chair being thrown across the room to avoid another student being hit. I am very angry. I have never dealt with anxiety or depression until this year. There is no parent accountability whatsoever, and their children get away with assaulting school staff as well as other students. Stop allowing this. I do not put my all into teaching to be beaten and spit on by students who lack respect for authority. Not to mention my life being threatened by the parent of the same child who has assaulted me all year long. Not to go into too much detail, but on Thursday, May 2nd, I called Childline, reported neglect for the behaviors. Did the paperwork for this child to receive services. 3 times, there was no call, no show. DHS came out that day. I want to say 20 minutes after DHS caseworker left, I received a threatening text for my life. Didn't take it too kindly. I called 911, notified the climate manager and the school police officer in my building. I feel like it was just taken with a grain of salt. May 6th, DHS worker came to the building. I didn't know. I was called into the parent resource room. I feel like I was blindsided because why would you, as the climate manager, have me inside this resource room with the DHS worker and the parent who I know sent that text? So May 6th was my last day of work at Comanches. I haven't been back since. And I refuse to go back because I have this person to care for.
Dr. Height.
So, Ms. Fennell, we have a process now with the DA's office that actually addresses when staff members have been threatened, and for teachers, principals, and any other staff member for that matter. So there's a process that is in place. I want to make sure that the threat that you received is also reported to that group. We have, everyone has direction on how to do that. And so I want to get staff with you while you're here to make sure we have as much information as possible about what you just described so that we can follow up and hopefully help you deal through this issue. Yeah. Ms. Lynch is going to talk to you. Chief Lynch.
Apologies if I mispronounced the name. Mengistu Coiler? Thank you.
Good evening. Oh, just pull it close.
Oh, get closer? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, so my name is Mengistu Coiler. I live in the Queen Village neighborhood of Philadelphia with my wife, Stacy, and our 3 children, Mengistu Jr., Maxwell, and Miata. Our 2 sons are in 1st and 2nd grade at Meredith. Our daughter is 2, and we hope she can join her older brothers at Meredith in a few years when she starts kindergarten. I'm here today because we love our school and we love our city. My wife and I were both raised in Philadelphia. I attended private school and my wife attended public school. My wife had an amazing public school experience, and we're hopeful that our children will also be able to look back and reflect on a great public school education. We believe in the public school system and the continued growth of our city. We moved back to Philadelphia 5 years ago after living in New York for over 10 years. Our decision regarding where to live upon our return was significant since we were moving back to the city with a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. And so school was top of mind. After a considerable amount of research and discussion with family and friends, we decided to move to our neighborhood because of our public school. Our city's continued growth needs to be matched with strategic public education planning to ensure that families continue to view Philadelphia as a viable long-term home. It would be a shame to allow the tremendous progress we've experienced become overshadowed by a perceived lack of appropriate attention and decision-making towards one of the greatest contributing factors of long-term economic success, education. I'm concerned that our city will suffer. I'm concerned that we do not understand what the future holds for our children's education. We ask that there is communication regarding a defined interim solution and that there is transparency with respect to the decisions being made along the way. We believe it would be helpful to have a discussion board or information sharing sessions facilitated by the school district that include representatives from the South Philadelphia schools impacted by the increase in the student population. I know there's not one solution that will work perfectly for everyone, but I do think we should work together to make the best decision for all. I recognize the school district's efforts towards addressing some of our concerns through the Comprehensive School Planning Review. I do hope this review will be conducted by an organization that has significant public education experience and that there will be transparency as the study areas are completed. We ask that we are provided with a summary of findings as each study area is completed. We would also like to understand clearly how and why specific conclusions are made. Lastly, I'd like to state that this is not just a Meredith problem, but is Philadelphia's school district problem. Other neighborhoods are going to realize similar issues, and we need a holistic and equitable solution that helps all schools in Philadelphia. Thank you.
Shoshana Six.
Good evening. My name is Shoshana Six. My husband and I are both Philadelphia natives. We currently both work in the city and live in Queen Village with our 3 children, 2 of whom will attend district schools this fall. I am here to applaud the district and Board of Education on this week's release of plans for the forthcoming Comprehensive School Planning Review. We at Meredith Elementary, where my oldest child is enrolled, look forward to partnering to fulfill its goal of offering local, high-quality school options to every child in Philadelphia. However, we are here today asking for your leadership in implementing short-term solutions to alleviate overcrowding now. Our oldest son is a Meredith first grader, and he began the year with 37 kids in his class. His sister is currently one of 37 children. Nearly 40% of all applicants denied admission to Meredith for kindergarten. These circumstances are both products of Meredith being at 121% of its building capacity. While our son's incredibly talented first grade teacher has done everything in her power to help him and his classmates achieve their potential this year, as she testified before you in April, she cannot possibly sufficiently meet the needs of each individual child in a class so large. Although our family is excited to join the Nebinger community, where our daughter will attend school in the fall, our feelings of isolation from both schools, the result of neither one seeming to want our child to enroll, have already begun. It also remains unclear, as you just heard, whether the current fix of sending waitlisted Meredith kindergartners to Nebinger will even serve its purpose in the short term. Nebinger is already approaching its capacity of 90 kindergartners for the fall, and based on past precedent, the school expects more registrations this summer. It is likely that Nebinger will be unable to accommodate its own in-catchment children, as well as those being sent from Meredith. Clearly, waiting until fall 2021 to start to implement a solution is not a viable option. We cannot wait for solutions for first grade in 2020 either. The district has told the 37 waitlisted students they will return to Meredith following kindergarten. However, combined with the 60 enrolled kindergartners and any other new registrants, we would have upwards of 50 students in each of the 2 classes per grade our school building currently accommodates. This is, of course, a serious safety issue, let alone a major concern for student learning. And this, too, will occur prior to any long-term solution that can even start to be implemented based on the district's CSPR timeline. In addition to the single point of contact requested by Meredith and Nebinger,
Call the next speaker.
Thank you. Wait, thank you. We need to move to the next speaker. Irene Cho.
Good evening. My name is Irene Cho. I'm a parent who is also here to speak about Meredith Elementary, our neighborhood school. It was timely to read the news that the Comprehensive School Planning Review, which I'll refer to as CPSR, has been announced. We are happy to hear that parents and urban planners will also be involved, and that it aims to be a proactive plan for the district as a whole. We are particularly grateful to be included in Cycle 1, as our school has been over capacity with a lottery for in-catchment students for years. Last month, when parents and teachers came to speak about overcrowding and overflow issues in our neighborhood, a demographic study was nothing more than a promise. Now it has a direction and a timeline. However, that timeline is just not soon enough for the children in our neighborhood. The CSPR website's FAQ states that recommendations from Cycle 1 that are approved in spring of 2020 will be implemented no sooner than the fall of the next calendar year, which is fall of 2021. This means that our school will experience at least 2 more lotteries and continue to overcrowd our classrooms for 3 or more years. Fall of 2021 is the earliest implementation date for CSPR recommendations. Anyone who has been a part of a multi-year project knows that justifiable delays happen often, so a realistic worry for any parent is that our unsustainable predicament will continue beyond 3 years. On the website's landing page, the district also announces its vision, which is for all children to have access to a great school close to where they live. Along with space usage optimization, careful investment of capital dollars, another point is outlined. That is, quote, creating thoughtful transitions for students at elementary and middle grades, end quote. According to our waitlist letter, the current plan for our 5-year-old son is for him to settle into an overflow school, Nebinger, for 1 year and transfer back to our overcrowded school, Meredith, for first grade. To avoid cramped learning environments and unnecessary transitions, we have urgent needs for the intervening academic years between now and the implementation of CSPR recommendations. Building on our testimonies from last month and today, our needs are, 1, we need an immediate school planning review, like the comprehensive review, but now, and we are willing to help. 2, our school advisory council has created an overcrowding committee. We need a point person from the district who can answer their questions, give accurate information, and dispel rumors for the community at large. 3, we need to proactively plan to avoid having 50 students in a classroom in the fall of 2020.
set. Thank you to all our registered speakers. On behalf of the board, we've already mentioned we have meetings coming up with the Partnership Committee on June 6th, the Finance Committee on June 13th, and the Student Achievement Committee on June 13th. And then we'll have public hearings on June 6th to provide the board with input on priorities for the coming year. And then we have a special action meeting that will take place on June 13th to hear from public speakers and take action on Freire Charter School, multiple charter school the MCSO for Freire, and also the revised application for the Joan Myers Brown String Theory Charter School. This brings us to the end of our Board of Education action meeting. I don't need a motion to adjourn, do I? Can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting of the Board of Education?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We'll now begin the meeting of the intermediate unit. Ms. Rout, please call the roll.
Ms. Danzy?
Present.
Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Present.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Present.
Mr. Huang?
Present.
Dr. McColgan?
Present.
Dr. McGinley?
Present.
Dr. McIver?
Present.
Vice President Walker?
Present.
President Wilkerson?
Here.
Dr. Height? Oh, sorry. Dr. Height is here, just stepped out for a second. Ms. Frank?
Present.
And Mr. Pratico?
Present.
Thank you.
Board members, before we proceed, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the August 25th IU meeting? A motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of approving the minutes say yes.
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 Thank you. The minutes are approved. We have 6 items for the IU meeting. May I have a motion and a second to consider IU items 1 through 6?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Board members, are there any questions or discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Rock, please call the roll.
Ms. Danzy?
Oh, here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, on the IUs.
On IU
1 through 6.
Yes, sorry.
Moved and seconded.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Ahaya Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes to all.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. McGinley?
Yes.
Dr. McIver?
Yes.
Vice President Walker?
Yes.
And President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
This brings us to the end of our IU meeting. May I have a motion to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Go on.
Opposed?
We're done.
I'm telling you. Christine,
Which group? The net?
you don't know how to pray. You do not know how to pray.
I prayed so hard. You ain't prayed hard enough. I was
Okay.
like,